Hello, welcome to another stream. How about that? How about that? Bet you didn't expect that shit to happen, huh? Hello, Guan the Third, Sibani, Nerdy Beach 1, Mr. Bodka, Yatanasov, Mustafa, PC Comp Psy, Copper Casted, MCourse 69, Agudu, Kiss Kiss, Soding 2S, Columbetka, Sasa Lala 23, Katison. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Really glad to see you all today. So today is Sunday, the day of the sun, and that means today, according to the schedule, we are continuing to do a game development. That's right. Hello, Grimmerchick. Hello, hello. So yeah, you can find the source code of the game that we'll be developing for quite some time in here. So here's the link on the GitHub. GitHub is the place where you host the source code, so it only makes sense for us to host our game there. And let's just fucking jump into it straight up. Let's just fucking jump. So let's go. I'm gonna go to the source code, to my local copy of the source code, because on the GitHub we have a remote copy and here we have a local one. This is how version control systems work, actually, if you didn't know. So we are on a separate branch. The status should be okay. What's up, Yatanasov? I don't remember if I said hello to you, but hello. Let's check out the master. Let's check out the master in the cloud. Yes, exactly. We live in the age of the cloud. What can I say? It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. We don't own our computers anymore, right? We rent computers, you know, from someone else, right? Because we cannot afford big and clunky computers. So we're literally going back to 70s to mainframe times. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. The software is so overloaded these days that just like a laptop that would have been considered a supercomputer in 70s, this day is just a thin terminal, right? So imagine fucking that. Like, how can you fuck up software that your supercomputer, right, becomes a fucking thin terminal? I don't know, you have to fuck up really, really fucking badly. Alright, so I think I need to merge origin master, right? And everything, okay, I did that, alright. I think I should be able to remove this branch now, and let's actually build everything. It's a terminal, like in good old days, exactly. So the X11 architecture finally makes sense yet again, right? So the server-client architecture of the GUI applications, where you just have a server and the client applications and different computers, like finally it makes sense, right? So especially with such things as Google Stadia and so on and so forth, right? So it just finally makes sense. I'm so fucking happy. We're going back into good old days. Alright, so I'm rebuilding the debug version, and let's take a look. So yesterday we were working on some stuff. Specifically, we were working on improving the stomp attack, right? So now, stomp attack actually climbs the surface of the ground. This is actually pretty cool, right? So essentially, like you see, so there's a staircase, and it just actually climbs up. And if there's too much of a jump, so some sort of a wall, it actually, like the wall, how to say that? Absorbs the wave. Yes, this is the word I was looking for. Absorb. Absolutely beautiful verb. I absolutely love it. Yeah. So the wave absorbed by the wall, right? So, and it's like a more or less a general mechanism. You can actually go in the opposite direction, I think, if you have like a staircase going like from here down, right? So you're going down and you put the wave there, it will just actually go down. Let's actually go there, and there you go. As you can see, it just goes down. It also can go up. So, and it also gets absorbed by cliffs as well, right? So you can also do something like this here. It climbs, but then it doesn't go any further than the cliff, right? So it's a pretty cool system. I really like it. So yeah, but there's some problems that I have neglected for quite some time with the game. So, for example, this one, I suppose you can get stuck. So I'm holding right now, right? I'm holding right now, and essentially what's going on is that basically the player gets stuck until I unpress it. So it's basically, it moves to the left, right? It intersects the wall. The collision resolution system resolves the collision, but at the same time, it thinks that I hit the floor because the y-axis were affected, so it also negates the gravitation. So this is kind of the problem that happens here. So another problem is that some of the big enemies, so the bigger enemy would look like this, they quite often actually fall through the floor. They quite often fall through the floor, especially when they're trying to stomp me. I wonder if we can find the place where... Yeah, there we go. So as you can see, it's stuck in the wall. Alright, and the reason why it's stuck in the wall is because... well, I don't really know. So the collision resolution actually has to put it somewhere. So usually collision resolution works the following way. It has these collision probes, right? So it looks at a particular probe and sees whether it intersects the tile or not. So these three probes do not intersect the tile. So then it looks at these three probes and they do intersect the tile. So it should actually snap these probes here and the whole grid as well. And then it will look at this thing and it actually should work, but it for some reason doesn't. And I wonder why. So this is some sort of a bug of the collision detection, right? And I wonder how much of the reproducible it is. So we can go to some places where we have like... let me restart the game. I want to go to the room 3. Wall just absorbed the enemy. Yes, that's what happened. Haha! Alright, so let's actually go here and... Please do the stomp. Thank you. And yeah, there we go. What I was actually doing, I don't quite remember. So yeah, this is the problem that we'll have to actually fix today. So yeah, let's get started. So I think I'm gonna start with the enemies getting stuck in the floor. Enemies getting stuck in the floor, and then we can try to solve the problem getting stuck when you actually hold to the left. Right. What's funny is that it doesn't work to the right. Right. So if I try to get stuck on the right side, it doesn't work here, but it works on the left for some reason. It's just really strange. And I don't know why. Maybe we can come up with a better approach. Maybe we can come up with a better approach for collision resolution. But it will require using brain, and I don't have one. So, yep. But maybe we can come up with something. Do I have an issue for that? I don't remember if I have an issue for that. So, what do we have? Enemy, stuck, floor. Maybe floor stuck. Floor stuck, and let's go. So where do we do our collision resolution? Did I say floor? Door? Floor. What are you talking about? Are you debating me? Okay, so we do that somewhere in the tile grid, if I remember correctly. Collision. Yeah, so there is a resolve point collision, which takes a point and resolves the collision for the point. Hello and welcome to the stream. Hello. So alright, so and then later we're using this this function, specifically resolve point collision, in the game to actually resolve the entities. So this is how we go about that. So we iterate from left to right, we iterate rows, and then we iterate columns. Right, so then the goes entity position. And then we're checking different impacts. So there is an impact threshold, right? Some sort of impact threshold, and then it either negates Y or it negates x, depending on what we had there. Alrighty. Oh, by the way, because of that, we can try to actually set it to 1, and I think we're gonna fix the being stuck in a wall for free, essentially. So if I do -b something debug, let's see. Sodium pogging, yes. It's a new emote made by Lost Algorithm. Thank you, Lost Algorithm, for making that emote. That was actually pretty cool. And I'm still stuck. And to be fair, I don't really understand why this thing is not a hot reloadable variable. So let's actually put it to somewhere like where we can hot reload it. So we have a special config file which is hot reloadable. It's actually quite big, so we have like a lot of files, a lot of variables here, and all of them are hot reloadable, and they control different aspects of the game. So do we have anything related to collision? Remember where the mesh was related to mesh row, mount entity. Okay, so points. Impact threshold entity, impact threshold, and it's going to be an integer, and it's going to be initially 10. And I'm going to remove this entire thing. So now it will become a hot reloadable variable in debug mode. Hopefully that will help us to troubleshoot and debug things. For some reason this didn't work out because it has to be entity. Excuse me. It's really inconvenient for me. In a separate file, we'll make potential randomizer really easy to implement, similar to popular Pokemon randomizer games. Maybe, but it actually controls way more than you think. So some of the parameters are better not to touch at all. But I mean, this does not contradict to what you're suggesting. All right, and on top of that, in the release build, these things are not runtime values. So that's a thing. They're not runtime values, they are compile time values. Because if you try to build it in release mode, this is what you will get. You will get a header file where all of these variables became just macros and const values. Yeah. So in the release build, they get baked into the executable. But I mean, the game is open source. You can always change all of that if you want to, of course. So, all right. So, and if I do vars impact, here's impact, and I'm gonna do 20, right? And now it is not. Yeah, now it's totally okay. Huh? It's very strange. But at the same time, yeah. Yeah, it's actually lets you penetrate wall way more, but yeah, I think it's sort of like a shoving the problem under the rug. So I think it has to be like somehow flexible or dynamic or something like that. All right, so let's go and try to troubleshoot that problem with an enemy. Well, let's make the enemy actually get stuck. Yeah, there we go. It got stuck here, but it has like not that many collision meshes. So let's try to increase them and make them 3 by 3. And that actually made it unstuck. Interesting. So more collision points actually made it unstuck. Huh. And now I think it won't be able to stuck ever again. Huh. That's very interesting. So it doesn't stuck anymore. Yeah. Well, first try, but basically, the bigger the entity, the more these collision props it requires, right? The more collision props it requires. And to be fair, I don't quite understand why with fewer collision props, when you had 2 by 2, right? When you had this, actually you have 3 by 3, but I mean, it's just 2 by 2 defines not the props themselves, but rather the spaces between the props. So you have 2 spaces between the props. It's just easier for me to think about it this way. Right, so it's still not clear why it gets stuck with this amount of collision props, because as already mentioned, we're starting to iterate them from left to right, top, bottom, left to right, and somewhere here, right, somewhere here, it will essentially, it should already snap the whole mesh right here, and then snap everything like below it up here. So I don't understand why this amount of probes is not enough to resolve this situation. So that's kind of the problem. Yeah, and I think I kind of understand, maybe, I'm not quite sure. Oh, I see. So the rectangle here, maybe, okay, so we're snapping this thing, and then we snap this thing, and we probably snap it somewhere here. Yeah, okay, so it usually snaps to the closest rectangle. But we have... Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So this is exactly what I want to investigate now. So to investigate that, maybe I should try to trace how mesh is actually resolves itself, right? How mesh resolves itself, to see what is exactly is going on. But the question is, how can we trace such information, right? So the way we do that, we just iterate each probe, right? And we resolve the position for each probe, and we adjust the whole mesh. So we basically try to put it in a place where all of the meshes are like sort of okay. So what I want to do here is essentially have a command that would trace the position of the mesh for a single iteration here, and then stop, right? And I can invoke that command from let's say console, right? From let's say console. So essentially, how I want to do that. So let me see. So I set the enemy here, and I make it stack. Then, while the enemy being stuck here, what I do, I do something like trace. Oh shit. Trace, and maybe I can do something ls enemies, entities, right? So I know that the entity of the enemy is 1, so I do something like trace 1, and it will print me the positions of the mesh during the resolution for a single iteration, and maybe it will actually print it here. Who knows? It would be better to print it to the standard output, because in the standard output I can copy paste it, but I can also print it here. Why not? So yeah, let's try to do that. So to do that, we'll need a special variable somewhere in the game, in a game object, I mean, that indicates that you need to trace that for a particular enemy, for a particular entity, I mean. Let me see. So let's introduce something like maybe index entity, right? Index entity, right? Because we refer, in our engine, we refer to entities through their indices, right? Because they're located in a particular array, and to make things more type safe, index is sort of like a separate type. Actually, it's kind of similar, like indices are kind of similar to pointers, right? So these kind of indices, they also store type information, right? If I used pointers, I could do something like this. Something that people quite rarely talk about for some reason, by the way. I don't know why people rarely talk about that, but pointers in C are generic types, right? So pointers in general are generic types. So the difference between this and this is purely syntactical. If you think about it, like it's purely syntactical difference, but semantic is pretty much the same. So type, you can think a bit of this thing as a generic type that accepts a parameter, a type parameter. So pointers are essentially generic types, right? So and what I essentially did here, I replaced pointers with indices, but since using indices loses type information about what object we're pointing to, I actually made it a template. So it's kind of like, it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, but the only difference here is that pointer is an absolute address in the memory, and in here index is a relative address to the memory. So I replaced absolute pointers to the relative one. And seriously, like, I don't know why people like don't talk about how pointers are generic types. So we had generic types in programming languages way before like anything, and like in very, very old time, in 70s and stuff like that. It's just you couldn't create your own custom generic types. You see what I mean? Does it make sense? Yeah. Yeah, and essentially index here is just a pointer. It's just a different kind of pointer. Yeah, so maybe pointer, but thing here is what is that? Is that German? If that's German, please, German people, tell me if this is not MongoDB or something. All right. So trace collision. Trace collision. Probably not, right? Otherwise, the Twitch wouldn't allow that, or is it? More on that later. Okay, thank you so much. More on that later. Interesting. Trace collision, and initially it's gonna be 0, so that means we're not tracing anything. More on that later. Is that some sort of like a German meme? More on that later. Interesting. So in here, we're doing T1. So we're resolving the collision, and this is how, so we have this distance. So this is how we're adjusting the entity position. I see. So why I can't contribute to the channel boosting anymore today? I've no idea. I didn't disable the channel boosting or anything like that. All right. So if trace collision has value, and trace collision value equal to the entity index that we're currently checking, as you can see, we do have an entity index, and as far as I know, we do have that index. Cannot lose lost brain cells. Oh, it's already over. The entire thing is already over. This is such a strange event. Like, I just literally don't understand why Twitch is doing that. So it's like, go spend points on something you cannot possibly verify, right? Like, what? So they say that more points you donate, the more they will promote you in their algorithm, but literally there's no way to verify that. Except maybe stats, but the stats are influenced by so many things, you may never know if it was actually influenced by the boosting, unless they actually tell you how much of your stats are, you know, are influenced by boosting. So it's sort of like why am I doing that? Like, what? So, it's so strange. Hello, AANJKYKS. Welcome to the stream. It said like appearance or something. I guess you'd see a spike if you can see such stats. Yeah, but that appearance is actually more than Michael Reeves' raid. So, and I will definitely notice that. So, anyway, it's really strange. I don't understand that. Okay, whatever. So we have more important things to do right now, I think. So if we have that and we have that, I'm gonna just literally actually going to have 12K. Nah, I know I'm gonna have that many people watching me. I don't think we have that many people actually interested in programming to be fair. We have a lot of people interested in making a lot of money and becoming famous because they made a super cool startup. Yes, we do have a lot of those, but it's not like, it's kind of not my target audience. I'm more of a I want to have a target audience of people who are actually interested in the process of programming, and I don't think we have that many people who are actually interested in that. So yeah, it's not gonna happen. 12k whips when to see that time. Okay, let's continue programming. All right. I have this awesome idea for a startup. It's like Facebook but for cat girls. Nice. Yes, it's actually a cool idea. Thank you. All right. So, and we're gonna have here, I'm gonna just trace this stuff. Entity pose. Yeah, why nobody made a Facebook for cat girls? Maybe somebody already did. All right, so let's continue. Is it gonna compile? Is it gonna compile? I think it's gonna compile because it's gonna be a first. No, it was not a first try. So has no member. Oh, you have to do unwrap. Yeah, I forgot. You have to do unwrap. Almost forgot about that. Cool. So, and now, yeah, after all of this stuff, we have to set trace collision to nothing, right? So we do it once, and then we set it to nothing. But that's not enough. Sodding pogging. Well, don't you have auto-completion, right? If you use the Chatirina, you can press colon, sodding, pog, and you can select it. Here it is, sodding pogging. But you have to have the latest Chatirina, right? So you need to have the latest one. You can also just do pogging. Right, it's also showing that. There is a Git for femboys, but no Facebook for cat girls. Interesting. Well, I mean, Git for femboys is like a first step, right? To make a Facebook for cat girls, right? Once you establish a place for development, right? So the femboys can develop the Facebook for cat girls on a GitHub for femboys. I think that's how it's gonna work. So the first step, you have to establish the place of development, and then you should start the development itself. So I think we're getting there. Anyways, so yeah, let us see. So we need to actually create a command. That does the trace. Gray face. No space. Excuse me, Corona. Pardon my Corona. That's a nice response after you coughed or sneezed, like a pardon my Corona. It should be sodding pogging. Why should it be sodding pogging? Oh my god, it's too... I don't understand all of these modern technologies. So let me go to the BTTV and third-party things. Can I just rename it after I submitted it? Just rename it. Alright. So I'm renaming it. I'm right in the middle of renaming it. Update mode. Yep, I renamed it. So, but it may take some time to actually update the naming. So, and also we'll have to reload the channel emotes. So, nice. Oh, I thought it actually errored. So it's gonna be pogging. Yeah, there we go. So sodding pogging with double G works. P-O-double-G. Trace collision for an entity, right? So, and we're gonna do a command trace, right? So, and let's implement this beautiful command. Okay. So we accept the game, we accept the arguments, and let's implement command cpp. Okay, so what we're gonna accept? We're gonna accept the ID of the ID of the entity. So we're gonna do auto arg, and we're gonna chop a single word out of that thing. So I'm chopping a single word out of it. So, and then I'm trying to turn it into an integer, right? Integer. So, and what kind of integer? I'm trying to turn it into, I think size t. I think size t, what I need to turn it into. And this may fail. So it could be actually, could be actually something else. I might as well, you know, do it like this. And I remember we had some convenient things to unwrap maybes without actually crashing. So let me take a look at the aids. So struct maybe. So we have equal, not equal. There's unwrap into, which is not what I want. I remember that there was unwrap or panic, but we don't really want to panic, right? So there was also value or. Value or. So we can actually chain. So yeah, we have an alternative. So yeah, we're starting to apply category theories and stuff like that. Maybe is actually an alternative. Or no, it's not a really alternative. Yeah. Chat panic. No, chat, don't panic, please. Don't panic. Category theory nades. We had category theory nades for quite some time already. Don't worry about that. Okay, if arg has value, we're gonna do things. And people say category theory is useless. Well, the thing is, you don't need category theory to come up with something like this. That's the problem, right? You can come up with the same conclusion without category theory. Mod? Hello, ZHIRR. I don't know how to pronounce your nickname. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? What do the underscore... Yeah, thank you so much. This is such a common question that we have a comment for that. With category theory, you will look like 100% more cooler. Yeah, that's the problem with category theory. Everyone learning it, not because it's actually useful, but because it looks cool. Dab. Anyway. So what we need to print here is console print ln, and that's actually the thing. So the way I want to work about that, I still need to print, I still need to say something like error, this thing arg is not a number, right? I still need to say that, but I already lost information about what it was. So the thing I need to do here is actually separate this stuff, right? It's going to be const, and then it's going to be entity ID. Entity ID. So you take arg as integer, and you provide size t like that. So entity ID. The second between me sending a message to you and appearing on my chat PowerPoint MPV window. Cool. Okay, so this thing is not a number and entity ID is a number. There we go. So after that, we need to check that entity ID actually exists. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Or maybe it does. Well, whatever. So if entity ID unwrap is greater than entity's capacity, or entity capacity, I don't remember how it's spelled. I think I need to go somewhere here. Entity capacity. Oh, it's actually entity count 27. Entity count. Entity count. So SV is just a custom version of a string view literal. Yes, we actually don't use std, I think. I think we don't use std at all. So what we use instead of std, we use aids. So this is the replacement for std. So as you can see, a replacement for C++. Hello, hey, it's LGG. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. We have a lot of new people here. Is that the boosting channel thingy? Is it actually working? So do we really have new people from recommended or something like that? actually boosted. Holy shit. Hello, hello everyone. Hello Galo, welcome to the stream. What's up, what's up? Now, so I have entity ID, and if it's greater or equal than count, and it has to be actually less than a count, otherwise we can say console print ln. So your ID, and we're gonna provide the ID entity ID unwrap is too big. Yeah, I think that's it. So that's another error that we want to print here, I think. All right, once we established the ID, we can just try to trace it. So the way we're going to do that, we're going to do trace collision, and we're going to literally assign just ID there. I think that's pretty cool. Since trace collision is also maybe, I think we'll be able to do that. Because I was lured in by the sexy Russian voice. What? Okay, so entity ID, okay, invalid const char, conversion from const char? What the hell are you talking about? Invalid conversion from const char to long size, and it actually points at a really strange place. Oh yeah, I forgot to add SV. I forgot to add SV. Alright. Entity ID. Oh yeah, okay, so it's not gonna work easily. So what we'll have to do here, we'll have to unwrap this entire thing and actually wrap it into an ID. So this is what we do here, and then we have to wrap it into a maybe. So that's how it's gonna work, hopefully. I'm not sure if it's gonna work like that at all. No matching. Oh, you cannot assign maybes. That's very interesting. I just realized that you cannot assign one maybe to another one. Ah, this is because it's a brace and closed initializer. Okay, so I'll have to do it something like that. Index entity. Yeah, it has to be like that. Really? Really? Okay. Brace around a scalar of type of Boolean. Any showcase what the game or does right now? I'm in the middle of actually implementing something. Just give me a couple of seconds and maybe we can take a look at the game, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do here, I'm gonna say has the value true, right? Then trace collision is gonna be unwrap, and I'm gonna just assign the entity ID unwrap here. So otherwise it doesn't really want to work, right? It doesn't really want to work, and it still doesn't work because why? No match for operator const long index. Oh, okay. So C++ is really bad at inferring types. It is really bad at inferring types. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. DM me your poems. Thank you so much. I suppose you used to be a lost algorithm. Thank you so much for 12 months of a tier 1 subscription. Thank you, and welcome to our epic pogging club. That's right. All right, let's take a look. So here we go. So now let me try to reproduce the problem that we had. So I'm gonna spawn the enemy and I wanna make it actually fall through the ground. Could you please? Yeah, there we go. It fell through the ground. This is amazing. So let's take a look at the entities. All right, so we have entity 1. Well, 0 is always the player, right? Because the player is usually created first, and the 1 is this one, this particular entity. So I can try to trace, and let me see if trace actually works correctly. So this is not a number, and let's do trace 1, and it did nothing. Yes, I'm so happy It literally did nothing. Cool. And I wonder why. Why did it do nothing? I don't know. So I assigned the game collision here, right? The game collision here. And then in the game, when the tracing is enabled, right? When the tracing is enabled, trace has a value, and these two things are equal. We are printing this stuff. Yeah, okay, so we're apparently printing this stuff on the standard output, but I don't see it being printed anywhere. So it's supposed to be printed, but it is not. Really strange. It is really, really strange. Why doesn't it work? Do we break out of this? No, we don't break anywhere. Okay. So let's actually try to do that in the debugger then. Okay, GDB, and I want to break at break something game CPP 554. So I'm gonna break here, and let's go. It's kind of interesting how many people are trying to give advice without even knowing a single freaking thing about the game or code base. It's just amazing. Okay, so we're gonna do trace 1, and it didn't even break anywhere. Okay, so it feels like it didn't assign anything. It didn't assign anything. Is that because the ID is different? Is it because the ID is different, or is it something else? Is it something else? I don't understand. We need to go a little bit deeper. It is something extremely stupid. Yet again, I know that it's super stupid because yet again, if it doesn't make any sense, it's just like some stupid mistake that you forgot. You just forgot to do this single thing. AAN, thank you so much for a tier 1 subscription. Thank you. Your first subscription, by the way. And welcome to our epic game development club. How about that? How about that? Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn fucking amazing, mate. Thank you so much. So so we have this and wrap, and then we just compare them, and if it's equal, we're gonna be just printing the thing of the entity. So it feels like if I go into the index, right, so we do have a comparison, so it should just work, but it doesn't. But it doesn't. It's very true. I said it. So the true has to be set, that's for sure. Did I forget to recompile? It could be a thing. It could be a thing I forgot to do. So game, and it's gonna be 555 this time. So let's actually restart it. Break something game CPP 555. Run this entire thing. Right. So let's create an enemy yet again. Let's create an enemy. So let's make the enemy fall through the entire thing. It's gonna be traced 1, and it didn't hit the breakpoint. Like, it literally traced 1, didn't do a single thing. What the hell? All right, so that's very interesting. So if it's less than entity counts, it should do something, but it doesn't do anything. Okay, let's try to break at commands then. Alright, so break something. It's so dumb. It's something super dumb. Holy shit. And I probably would have noticed it, and if chat didn't distract me all the time. So yeah, I forgot something. What did I forget? It's something really dumb, and it drives me nuts. Okay, so trace 1. Okay, so we are here. Let's take a look. Args. So we have that. Then if we take a look at the entity ID, right? We have an entity ID. It has a value, right? So it falls into that. then trace collision, right? Trace collision. So if I take a look at the trace collision, right? Trace collision, it is 0, right? And if I look at it again, it is true now, and then I set the value here, and I can look at it again. It does have a goddamn value. It does have a goddamn value. So the next iteration, when I do a break, like in the game and here, right? Oh shit, I see. Okay, this is actually a pretty good idea. Like step debugging is actually amazing. Because it lets you go through your code and reason through your code, and then you finally notice the bug. And it was exactly something very goddamn stupid. So essentially it resets the trace collision value regardless of what entity we're tracing. So on each, because we're using this function for tracing all the entities, and all the entities were always resetting this value. So that should finally fix the problem. Yes, I didn't think about that. It's kind of a dumb thing, but it is what it is. All right, let's give it a try. So now we should be able to trace a single collision resolution session. Holy shit, that's the only thing I want in my life, no more nor less. All right, so please stack, please. Okay, thank you very much. I'm really glad that you stuck. And then I'm going to trace 1, and we've got our trace. We've got our trace, and I'm super happy. So this is how the collision resolution was happening throughout a single iteration for that specific entity. Let's take a look at that. So this makes sense, right? This makes sense. Essentially, if I take a look, so here are 9 collision props that we use to resolve the collision, and we have 9 values. So I already said it went through the first row, and through the first row nothing was changed, right? Through the first row nothing literally was changed. Surprisingly enough, on the next collision resolution, so these are the rows. This is the first row, right? First, second row, row, and 9 is going to go down. It's third row. There we go. So, and on each row, Boomer is glitching today for some reason. What? I cannot see that. How is it glitching? I literally cannot see that. Is it really bad? Because it's a full screen app, or just like something? It's not glitching for me at all. Flashing strips of color, triangles blinking. Can somebody clip? Okay, can somebody clip that? I literally cannot see it on my screen, so it's probably something with the OBS or Twitch or something. Okay, so this is the first row, and I would like to know what these coordinates correspond to be fair. And I think I can know because I have coordinates in here. So, but it's not particularly convenient. So what? Okay, you're annoying, guys. Okay. What I need to know. So this is the second one, and so Y actually becomes smaller, right? Y actually becomes smaller, and it snaps to this particular thing. And it stays on that level while we're processing the second row, because second row is okay. I think I'm starting to understand. If you snap it like that... I see. I see what's going on. For the bottom row, for the bottom row, it is way closer to snap it to the bottom one here, and that's why it snaps there. That makes sense. That explains everything, actually. Holy shit, okay. That's very interesting. Yeah. I can try to... Did you guys get it? Did you get it? Okay, thank you so much for clipping. Do you guys get why it is like that? Is it right that x coordinate are the same for... Yes, it is. Because we are resolving vertically, not horizontally. Oh, I see. I don't know what that happens. I cannot see that on my side. Hopefully it is not that much of annoying. Yeah, it's really strange. Huh. Yeah, thank you. I already saw that. It's like one blink or something. But I really need Boomer to actually like look closer. On the last one, it's more than one. Okay, is it too annoying? Should I stop using Boomer? Not much annoying. It's probably not true. Well, I mean, I trust you that it's not really that annoying for you, but I'm thinking about the majority of the people, right? So I do believe you that it's not annoying specifically for you, but for majority of people, it could be actually different. All right. Alright, so I wanted to explain what exactly is going on with the collision resolution. Alright. So I'm gonna start up my paint. And essentially we have this floor, right? We have this floor, right? It's kind of interesting. How do we start? Right, so we have collision probes somewhere here. So there is a collision probe here, here and here, then somewhere here, here and here, and here, here, and here. Okay, so we're going through the first row here, and nothing needs to be resolved, right? Because they are above the wall. So we go to this row, and it resolves the following way. So it becomes this, 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 and then this, 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 and then this, this, this. So this is the second row resolution. But now we're going through the third row, and for this row, it is closer to snap here than to here, and that's why this last row snaps the whole thing to here, and that's why it stays there. This is basically what's happening. So you see what it means? So essentially, if we add more points, yeah, if we had more points, like for example here, so these points would potentially drive the whole entity up and force these 2 points to also go up. You see, so usually these kind of collision resolution problems are resolved by having like more like dense probes and stuff like that. So yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. So maybe instead of having like a fixed amount of probes, the amount of probes is gonna be different depending on the size of the entity, right? So essentially we're gonna change it slightly. Where is my variables? So the distance between the points has to be less than half. Exactly. Oh my god, somebody actually watches my stream and understands what I'm talking about. Holy shit. Hello, hello, 4441, 4E, 4B. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. That's exactly what we need to do. Essentially, we need to ditch rows and columns, like completely here, and introduce something like entity mesh step. Right, and mesh step could be something like float tile size divided by 2. Right, and yeah. So I said it first. Well, we can easily verify that. Did you actually say it first? Let me see. For correctly, distance should be lower than... Ah, god damn it. Alright, so you actually said it first. Sure. But I was ignoring you. That's probably why I didn't notice that. Alright. That's pretty cool. So, and I think we are going to go that route. So it would be better to get rid of these mesh probes completely, but I'm too lazy because that will require modifying too much code. It will require modifying too much code, and I'm too lazy, and I couldn't care less. So I'm gonna make a cup of tea. And exactly, isn't it random where it snaps to? Yes, it is. So what? So that's why we're probably not gonna use that value then. I'm running out of tea, by the way. This is my last leaf tea. Loose leaf tea. This is how you call it in English. And it's not even Earl Grey, unfortunately. So I wanted to actually go buy more tea today, but I wasted too much time, and yeah, whatever. All right. So yeah, we need to introduce the step, right? The question is, what's going to be the step? I think we don't even have a tile size in a reloadable thing. Yeah, tile size is actually hard-coded within the game. It isn't random though, is it? It depends on the order of probes being resolved. Yes, it does depend on that as well. It does depend on that as well. So they essentially what they're trying to do is just climb themselves out of the tile. Okay, so let me quickly yeah, comment out this entire thing and recompile everything. And I just want to see the distance, the current distance between the props right now. So it's gonna be like this. So here it is. Okay, let's spawn. Oh my god, come on, just go through. All right. So yeah, the distance is definitely bigger than the half of it. So I just wanted to double check this thing. But at least we finally understood what was the difference and like what's the reason for this thing to fail. So I'm super happy about that. So tile size is equal to what? Where is the definition? The definition is actually 64 bits. Okay, so not 64 bits, but 64, right? 64 pixels. 64 pixels. And so I don't know why I did it like that. Maybe because I wanted to quickly divide it by 2 at some point. So I might as well just make it 64 here. And our step. Also, another thing I would like to be able to have is collision meshes always on the edges of the what? Of the rectangle that we're resolving. Thank you, CFC25, for saying so many obvious statements. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your help. All right, let me think. So what we want to be able to have is Right. Oh, you're not talking to me. I'm sorry. I'm just like trying to do things. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. So it's very important to have these probes like around here. Like it's very important to have them around here. Gaslighting people, no. Like I thought it was actually directed to me, but then I realized it was not directed to me. So it's just stop talking to each other. God damn it. Okay, I need a cup of tea. All right. I need a cup of tea. I'm sorry, I apologized, okay? I apologized. I'm just in the middle of trying to do something. Alright, so I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen. I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen and expose yourself. Turn on the kettle. It's gonna be super quick, and then I'm gonna be back. Can I go to the bathroom? No, you can go to the bathroom. You cannot go to the bathroom while I'm in the kitchen, because my kitchen in the bathroom. Anyway, so I'm gonna go there. Don't go anywhere. I came. Yeah, oof. Yeah, oof. Okay, good. So that means that step that we have in the configuration has to be like the maximum step, right? It has to be the maximum step. Essentially, having width and height, we need to find such a step, such n, we need to find such nw that w divided by nw is less or equal than this step. That's what we need to do, right? So we have a step and width, and you need to find such n that is there any faster way to find such n except iteration? You can try to multiply both of the sides by nw, right? But isn't multiplying it by nw like actually loses? Nah, it doesn't matter. So that way it's gonna be like this. Nah, this doesn't work. What the fuck am I doing? I don't know. Wait, but then you can sort of, yeah, if you multiply by that, then if you if you divide by the step, well, essentially you can divide. Oh yeah, you can divide by the step, because essentially what you have here, like if you have width, let me actually grab the different color because red is too much. Right, so we have a step, you divide by the step, right, and then you're gonna have some sort of like a reminder, right, and you're gonna have n. So yeah, so it should be like a single division thingy. Should be single division thingy. So but if I take width and divide it by the step, I will get n. And is n, like I need to prove that to myself somehow. I need to prove that to myself. I want to like write a simple program to test this idea out. but usually writing such programs is just too much effort for the thing I'm trying to achieve here. It just will take too much time. So that's why I'm gonna do it this way. Right, so I have that, then I'm gonna have that. Right, and then if I divide everything by step, I'm gonna have a step, and then this is what I have. So essentially what I'm gonna have here is this divided by step, and W, right? So so N should be such W divided by step has to be less or equal than N. So that makes it actually super easy. So essentially you can take that and I can, yeah, essentially I can always do it like this. Yeah, so will that give me a proper step? Will that give me a proper step that will also? Okay. I'm waiting for my tea. I cannot think. I cannot think without my tea. So, okay, I just need coffee. And the kettle takes too much time to boil up. That's why I'm just sort of stalling. I really apologize for that. Anyway, it's rounding. Yeah, it's not what I want. It's really not what I want. It would be nice to have like a visual system where I could play with these formulas, something like Geo thingy. You guys remember how it's called? Geo something where, oh yeah, we did a Bezier curve on that. But the problem is that to use it efficiently, I need to learn it. Yeah, I need to learn it, and learning it is just too much effort for what I want to do right now, so it's so dumb. Okay, so maybe I can just do it like that. And learning like new tools is just like, why do I have to learn it? I don't like it. Okay. So my tea is ready, finally. My kettle is ready. I can just go there. Oh my God. Alright, whatever. Let's try to implement all of this. So it's gonna be mesh step 64 and 64. Let's do 32 and maybe even just 30, right? Jewel subscribed with tier 1. Thank you so much for 6 months of tier 1 subscription. Thank you. And welcome to our epic algebra club, I suppose. Thank you so much. So what I need to do here, is so here's the step, right? So instead of the step, I'm gonna have something like this. Entity. Did I call it mesh step? I don't remember if I called it mesh step. Yeah, it's a mesh step. Alright. And I also need to update the collision props. The way we're gonna update them is actually I'm gonna remove these things and it's gonna break in all of the places where we use them, and I'm quickly gonna find the place where we draw the collision props. So yeah, alright, so this one is interesting. So here's the columns and rows. Here's a step X, a step Y. So the condition has to be slightly different, right? So that means rows multiplied by step X should be less or equal to the width, the whole width of this thing. And what is the whole width of this thing? I think it's a hitbox local X. That's what it's equal to. So this is the actual thing here. All right. So similarly, it's gonna be like this. And this is gonna be Y though. It's gonna be Y, and the rows has to be columns. The rows has to be columns. Okay. It's a single steps. Emacs is slow for some reason. I don't know why. It's probably something with the file. File is probably too big. Okay. Okay, there we go. This is what I wanted. Okay, so this is the place where we draw in the collision meshes. This is the place where we do all of that, and I have to do a similar thing here. Entity mesh step. Entity mesh step, and I need to update the conditions here as well. So these conditions will become these conditions. So I can now remove these two things. Cool. Will that compile now? Hopefully that will compile now. It does not compile. Because this time we don't really have width and height. Okay, so because it doesn't have an entity prefix now, so I can just remove it like this then. Alright, cool. So now, yeah. Now we don't have a single collision probe now. It's very interesting. So everything is broken. Cool. I wonder why. So is the mesh step too big? I think it's too big. But the tile size of the tile is actually 64. If the size of the tile is 64, the mesh step should be like reasonable. I mean, yeah. What's the mistake here? What's the mistake? I don't understand. Okay, everything is broken. Like, how did I break that? Okay, so I take a position. Then I take... It's probably not hit local or something. Oh, I think it has to be W and H. It has to be W and H. Okay. And where was the other place where I was drawing that for int rows? Where's the second place? It's probably the same place where we use the mesh step, so it's somewhere in a game. Resolve collision. Okay, so it's somewhere in an entity then, so it has to be W and H. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, so it has to be 30 now. And what did... Ah, 30. Yeah, and this is the problem. This is the problem that I'm trying to solve here. Like, how can we make them also wrap around? So, yeah. Wrap around. What am I saying? So we also need to have them on the edges. So, and the thing is, I don't know. Because, yeah, this is really dumb. So, can you start adding them from both? I wanna. So it's just a matter. It's just a matter of figuring out the exact step. If you figure out the exact step, you don't need to do any of the tricks of starting from a different side so they meet together. All of this trickery is not needed, because the only thing you need to know is the size of the goddamn step. So the question now is, how do you figure out the size of the step without spending too much processor time on that? Without doing iterations or anything like that. That would be great. So imagine doing a single mathematical formula and figure out the exact step that will give you the exact number of collision of probes. That would be kind of pogue, not gonna lie. And this is what I'm trying to figure out. But the biggest spacing is not guaranteed to be less than half. What do you think? I swear to God, I'm gonna ban you the second time. All right. Let me see. It can be though depending on how you meet in the middle. I don't want to meet in the middle. I don't even consider any of this trickery stuff. I don't even consider any of that. So we can take. So the easiest way to go about that, by the way, the easiest way to go about that is just to have some sort of n. So this is the algorithm. So it's gonna be n. And should it be like that? Maybe not. So while n is greater, than mesh step, right? Mesh step, entity mesh step. We're just incrementing n, and on top of that, I can just do 4 in this case. And here is the thing. I don't want to do goddamn iteration. Can I just not do that? That's what I'm talking about, everyone. Like, you think I don't understand? Like, you think I cannot just slap together this loop? You guys think I cannot do that? There you go. I just did it. But the question, maybe there's like a condition here is incorrect, but anyway. So I don't want to do that. Is there anything faster? So let me think. So while this thing is bigger, so it has to be equal. Let's actually make it also equal here. I started it in a really right direction, right? So you can always do something like this where you multiply by n, right? And you can just do that. And then you can divide this thing by that, and that gives you that. I already started with that, of course. I already started with that. This is exactly what I was doing in my paint. Okay. All right. And it has to be greater or equal. So to find n, you can always do the floor. You can always do the floor, but is it going to be... So that gives you the n, right? That gives you the n. Because it could be... It gives you the floor, but will it be exactly the thing? I don't know. All right, so and that gives you not really the step, it really gives you the n. Right, it gives you the n. But what's going to be the step? And the step is going to be this thing divided by n. So this is the step. That's very interesting. So if that is an n, then gives you that. All right. So let's try to figure out. Let's try to figure out. Okay. So this is the stuff that we're doing. So we don't really have to do that anymore. Right, so what we're dividing here is hitbox local entity mesh step. I forgot the word step. What's up, useless bunny? Hello. This one has to be H. And yeah, I guess that's it. I guess that's the whole thing I wanted to do. Entity mesh step. Let's go to the entity. No. I was already in the entity. Entity mesh step. So in here we have an entity. Unused variable n. Oh yeah, I was experimenting with this thing here. Okay. So, okay, I figured it out. Nice. sort of. Doesn't really help much with other bugs, but that's not the bugs I was fixing anyway. Right, so yeah. Okay, we did it. Nice. So now, depending on the size of the entity, right, so we have different sizes, it's basically using different amount of these mesh probes and stuff like that. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, so pretty cool. Yeah, minimal amount of points. It's literally minimal amount of points. We can actually try to increase it. So it like technically it has to be the like half, slightly less than half. So we can go with 31. So, and it has to scale with the tile size, I think. The problem with the tile size, I think you cannot make the tile size a runtime value for hot reloading and shit like that. Or can you? I actually don't think so. I think it has to be a particular size. That would be kind of interesting if you think about that. That would be kind of interesting. So we have a mesh step. But yes, something like 31 should be alright. So I'm not sure how to denote that, but I'm gonna do the following thing. Note should be okay, must be less than a half of a tile size. So the problem is that I don't think we can make a tile size part of the variables. I don't think we're gonna make it part of the variables. Alright, so enemy floor stuck, we fixed that. Do I need the trace, this kind of trace anymore? I don't think I need this trace anymore, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove this command because it's literally one of command. Right, it's literally one of command. So I think we can do here, in the game.h, right, I already removed the trace, so let me try to recompile that. Okay. So we don't need that, right? We don't need that, and we definitely don't need that anymore. Okay. So let me see. So I want to actually. So I don't like that we duplicate the code in like between like in two places. I think it's not that great of an idea. I think it's that great of an idea, but I cannot do anything about that, unfortunately. At least right now. So let me go to the other place. Hello Hudson Plus, welcome to the stream. Welcome, really glad to see you. So, and let's go here, and everything's okay. All right. Okay, so this one, it's kind of funny how it... Yeah, so this one is about the threshold though. So this one is about the threshold, and let's try to play around and see if it gets stuck. Oh, nice! Nice one. It got stuck. It still got stuck. Alright. With the same exact shit. Nice. Is that because I had like 30... Okay, so let's actually make the step smaller. Oh, by the way, I don't have to restart the game. This is actually quite cool. I don't have to restart the game. So can I... Huh. So if it's 30, 25... Huh. Yeah. That's pretty interesting. It should be rounding up instead of down. Why? Did I already throw away my... Oh, there we go. So n, the n that we're talking about, right, has to be greater or equal to this thing. Less than equal, right. So this thing has to be greater or equal to n. So that means if we have that, and we round it down, it will be pretty much... I don't think you make sense. I don't think you make sense, mate. So, because... or I don't understand this reasoning, right? Why am I even reading chat? Okay, so this thing, we're incrementing this thing until let me see what's gonna happen. Mm-hmm. I think I'm too dumb to understand that, I suppose. So I see. Since this value can be arbitrary, actually. It can be arbitrary because we're still gonna have a correct step because this is not a step. Okay. So I'm stuck in a loop that this is a step. It's not a step, it's just an n. And we need to pick such an value, such an n, that is greater or equal to that value to guarantee, you know, that it's not gonna get stuck. And it doesn't matter what we use here, floor or seal. It's just like if you use seal, it just gets a higher resolution. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's see what's going on. The thing here is that it doesn't matter. I think you can achieve that with the floor and just smaller step. And just a smaller step. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Like, it's just basically making a resolution higher for some reason, right? It's just making it higher for some reason. But what's the reason? Our goal is to find the optimal resolution, so we don't create too many probes, right? So to slow it down, right? If you forward, the calculated step will be higher than the max mesh step. What? Why? It won't? Will be? Did I remove that already? Oh shit, I removed it already. I think I removed it already. I think I'm wasting too much time on that. Okay. It feels like you guys are wasting my time. You're literally wasting my time. So I'm looking at that. So to find the optimal n, what I need to do, I need to find such n that this thing divided by max step, right, is greater or equal than n. So this is what I need to find, right? So this is the n, this is the optimal n that I want to find. That's it. I'm not discussing that even further. You're just wasting my time. First n, oh my god. First n that is bigger. Ah, I see what you mean. It's because of the equals. Yes, I missed the equals. I think my brain missed the equals. Shit, I see. Yeah, fuck, my brain missed the equals, I see. Sorry. Yeah, now I see that. Now I see that. Thank you so much. Alright. So you were over-explaining it. Like, my brain simply missed equals. That's what happened. Alright. So now it makes sense. So if you start like throwing at me these kind of messages, I actually want to listen to you less, to be fair. Right, so just try to explain this as simple as possible. I just don't want to read into that. Like for me, I rather redirect my energy at solving the problem that I have here rather than trying to parse your message, right? If you really want to help me, just say simple things, because I'm already wasting too much energy trying to solve the problems in my code. And you are throwing at me more code to parse, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just explaining the reasoning why I get tilted when people try to over-explain things, because for me to understand you is just additional effort, right? And I don't want to just waste my time on that. Right? So does it make sense? Does it explain why I am like the way I am? Hopefully it does. I know that you want to, you know, over-explain it to look smart and show your dominance in the chat as the biggest nerd here, but you're not helping anyone, right? So just try to keep it simple. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. All right. Because we're not trying to show off how smart we are, we're trying to solve the problems, right? And solving problem is the most important thing here. Like, if it doesn't solve the problem, why are we even doing anything here? All right. Alpha nerd. Yeah, exactly. So majority of the messages in the chat are just, you know, people trying to show the dominance in the chat. Like, they don't give a fuck what's going on the screen or like whatever. Like, they just want to, you know, whatever. Doesn't matter. And that's why I'm so annoyed by messages all the time, because none of the, like, majority of messages are not helpful. Your explanation of tiltiness. Well, I'm at the moment that I can ban you for this message, to be fair. This is the level of tiltiness, so please stop. All right. So let me. I just don't really want to ban anyone, but I'm too tilted. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. It didn't fucking help anyway. It still didn't fucking help. Right, let me see. Did I even calculate everything correctly? Let me take a look at the diff. So yeah, I still use floor here. CLF. Another problem is that we have here is that the duplication just drives me nuts. Where's the frame rate? So overall, I think it is more or less working. Okay, cool. But the funny thing is that I could have come up with that faster if I was just ignoring the chat. And also myself. So whatever. Alright. Flexible. mesh. Implement flexible collision mesh. There we go. So let's create a pull request. So the next thing I would like to fix is that one with the stacking in the wall. That one is a little bit annoying. It could be due to like how we handle the in impact, and it's just adjusting the impact to a correct value. But it will be better to figure out why exactly. Well, I kind of know what exactly is happening. Maybe we should have like different impacts depending on the speed of the player. Oh yeah, so it's actually greatly depends on the speed. So I just remember that. Yeah. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I'm already running the cup of tea. It's probably gonna be the last one. We have to wait half of an hour for FreeBSD build, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go to the kitchen and just boil some water. So I really want to just wait until continuous integration is done, because I want to start developing on a new branch, and I may forget to merge this one. Okay. So, I guess I will have to rebase that later. Wall stuck. So again, it depends on the entity collision resolution impact. I don't remember if I actually moved the impact to yeah, impact threshold. I actually moved it on the previous pull request. This is why I wanted to merge it, one of the reasons. So here's the impact, and well, you could just try to increase it, but how much of a useful thing is it gonna be? That's a good question. If it's gonna be useful at all. So right now, and why is it on the left part though? Why is it on the left part? Okay, so I'm gonna change the impact and what about 20? Right. Yeah, so around 20 it works quite nice. But then sometimes it's just like doesn't allow you to, yeah, it makes you think that you're, yeah, it's really bad. So the impact has to be like around this. But at the same time, some of these things are, yeah, so that's essentially what's happening. Interesting. Interesting. All right. So no, the kettle is still running. So I think I need to actually like go through each individual step of what's happening when I'm holding down, holding left or right. So let me see, where do I start? I think it starts around like update. Update all entities. Player movement, this is where it happens, right? So we check the scan code and we tell a particular entity to move right or left or stop. Right, so we have to go to the entity. Right, we have to go to the entity and it's gonna be move. Right, and essentially we're just moving in a particular walking direction. So we have a walking direction. Okay, so this particular move does not really update anything by itself, but rather the update function, right? So the update function updates things. So, and if we are in a walking state, right? So we take the speed and we have an acceleration, and depending on where we're moving, we just have a velocity and we are accelerating. So there is an entity acceleration factor. Right, and then where do we update the position? So somewhere, so this is only just a position update, but then yeah, entity stop threshold. So there's also deceleration. And this is where we update this entire thing. All right, so let me see. We do player movements, and where do we update the entities? This is interesting. Okay, so first we update the entities. And only then we are, okay, so when I do stop, well, which probably makes sense. All right, which probably makes sense. But what if we update player before we update the entities? That's actually very interesting. Player movement, what if we update it before? So does that change anything? I don't think it's gonna change anything, but we can try at least. So that's very, very interesting. It's probably not going to change anything. I just, you know, just want to see. So if there's no like things that I don't expect to so there's no things that I don't expect to happen. And on top of that, though, like moving to the left is really interesting. So it works for moving to the right, but not for moving to the left. So this is really strange. Anyway, so let me go to the kitchen, just pour some water. Is that even generally a good idea to have all of that like this? So moving to the right. Collision. So it's a collision mesh, and then the game collision, resolve point collision. Here's this thing. So we have an impact threshold, and that's the thing that actually, this is the line that causes this shit, by the way. This is literally the line. So if it's too big, so what if for this thing we have a bigger threshold, like around like +2? I think that's an interesting hack. That's an interesting hack that we can impose there, but I don't think it's gonna save too much. It doesn't even work. So what about 5? Did I compile? I don't remember if I recompiled. I need the pop filter. Yeah, it doesn't allow to stand like on this entire thing, fortunately. So it might snap you out of this, and it doesn't even work as well. Doesn't even work as well. So, did I recompile this into stuff? I don't remember. Yes. So, like, I'm like 100% sure that this is because of that. Because otherwise, like, why else does it get stuck? Well, it gets stuck because this thing gets invalidated. So do we really? So what is the value of that stuff? So impact threshold is going to be 5. What? Okay, so let's actually try to multiply it by 2. So in terms of like It doesn't... Okay, so what's funny is that this entire thing got introduced like at some point. So we didn't have that bug up until some point. So maybe we can find the place where we introduce that and just, yeah, just bisect. Let's try to bisect that. Let me go back. Right, so... Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, we finally can merge that, finally. Finally can merge that. And also, of course, delete the branch, sure. Yeah, we're gonna do bisect. I think it's gonna be interesting. Because I remember that we didn't have that up until some point. And I made some change, and I remember that I even remember the moment when we started to have that bug. And I don't remember in that change anything related to the collision or the speed or anything like that. Like, it's just like, it was so weird, but I put it on the back burner, right? I put it on the back burner and just forgot about it, like, so that maybe we're gonna fix it later. But it's still very strange. Like, it was really, really strange. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly has happened. Okay, origin master. Okay, so Amy floor stack, let's remove that, and then maybe I'm gonna merge it with the master. Okay, cool. So now we need to find the first commit where it was not a thing. Maybe like around 4 weeks. Let's actually put like a month, right? Let's put like a month. So I'm going back here and I'm recompiling everything from scratch, right? So let's take a look at that. So it's a month-old game. Haven't done that in a long time. Well, how often do you work like with somebody? Right, because I remember when I worked in a team with several people, I was doing bisect like almost every week. Seriously. Almost fucking every week we had some shit that was not there before. And yeah, I just had to bisect and just find where exactly was introduced and who introduced. So yeah. And then, yeah, to be fair, I also haven't done that in a long time, so I forgot how to do that. I'll figure out. Alright. So I just want to see, like, what kind of changes might be affecting all of that. Alright, so this is not enough, so it was introduced even older than, like, even before that. Wait, yeah, so it's a detached situation. Yeah. So 1 month, how about 2 months ago? Let's even put it somewhere here. What about 2 months ago? 2 months ago sounds pretty good. 2 months ago, maybe we didn't have that 2 months ago. Alright. Still have it. 3 months ago. How about 3 months ago? That was a really long time ago. A really long time ago. Okay, so we're starting to have like a 3. Yep. Was it 4? Oh yeah, that's a very old build. Yeah, now we go. There we're talking. There we go. So this is the first our good commit. So we don't have this bug here. On top of that, we like everything is super prepared right now. All right. So git bisect. How do you bisect? Yeah, remember that you have to mark this stuff. Okay, so start. This command uses a binary search algorithm. Okay. So basic command start, bad, good. Okay, as an example, suppose you're trying to find the commit that broke a feature. Instead, bisect as follows. Git bisect start. There we go, we have started. And can I say that current commit is good? Is actually, yeah, can I do good? I think I should be able to do good. Right. So, and if I go up until here, yeah, so it actually marks it as good, so it knows that it's a good one. Okay, and then I can go here, and I can mark this as bad. Right, so this is a bad one. So this is a bad, and the good one somewhere here. So here's a bad, and here's a good. Hopefully that will help. So, cool. Once you have specified at least one bad and one good commit, git bisect selects a commit in the middle of the range. Okay, so let's do git bisect. Well, wait, did it choose anything? Did we already choose something? It's B8 for... Oh, okay, it actually chose it in the middle already. Okay, so that's very interesting. Cool. Let's see. So, let me see. What is this one? Wait, is that a good one? Seems like a good one, actually. Alright. I don't think I can reproduce that problem there. Cool. Good. Might be something debug. Alright, so what about this one? Okay, this is a bad one. Wait. Yeah, we'll have to rebuild this thing. Make minus B. Okay, so definitely need to rebuild one. Something debugus. Good one. Good one, chat. Okay. Bisect. Good. Something debug. So what about this one? Bad one. Cool. You should have studied a chat bet. I'm not sure how to start them from the chatterina though, so... To be fair, I don't really care about majority of the Twitch features, so just like, I don't know, maybe I'm just too boomer for all of that. Alright, so this is a good one. Okay. 3 revision left to test after this, roughly 2 steps, okay. Something debug. Alright. Is that a good one? Looks like a good one. Okay. Bisect. Good. Okay, so one step left. One step left. Good one, I think. No, bad one. it's even shaking and shit. In anger. Bisect. Bad. 0 revisions left to test after this one. Roughly 0 steps. Failed successfully. Okay. Oh well, after this one. Okay, I don't know how to read. Alright. It's a good one. Okay. Huh. Well, That actually kind of makes sense. It literally has something to do with entity speeds. Isn't that amazing, right? So I that's actually pretty cool. Okay, so this is the first bad commit. By the way, does bisect warn you if your measurements don't add up to a particular place, if they don't make any sense? Right. I think it should. If it will find some sort of contradiction with what you're doing, like it will probably tell you that, yeah. Or maybe you... Well, I think we found everything correctly. Yeah, they always make sense, I just realized that, yeah, they always make sense. So... And that's actually kind of sad, because... yeah, unhot code entity speed and make. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. It just gives you exactly... Let's take a look at what we did here. We removed entity speed. And that's exactly where the shit hit the fan. So the entity speed is now, yeah, yeah, okay. So the threshold was equal to 100, and what we did instead is that we divided by 8. Yeah, it can be a user error, so it can give you a false positive. Yeah, it's actually kind of sad. Yeah, I think it actually helped. I think we found the place. So stop threshold. Yeah, and it actually brings back memory. Yeah, I think I'm starting to remember these things. Stop threshold. So I need to save this thing somewhere before I go. Yeah, so this is the commit. Might as well actually copy paste this entire thing. Just gonna keep it here. Back in my yeah, bisect is really fucking convenient. Holy shit. Especially when I worked in an office for a company, it saved our ass so many fucking times. Yeah, because I worked in an outsource, right? I worked in an outsource, and essentially the company worked with several teams on the same project. So they basically would hire one team from one company in one country and another team from another company in another country, and they will just merge them into a single team. So we were working with other outsourced team, and it was actually very important to defend yourself if something gets broken. So each team from different companies always try to blame each other, right? So, and we always used bisect to defend ourselves. It is like fucking hell. Like outsourced in general is a fucking hell. It's a fucking shit show. So, but yeah. So it was really important to actually find precisely commit where the shit was introduced and point out, okay, that's the other team who did that, so please don't fire us. Yeah. All right. So I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I mean, that's basically how it goes usually. And then the person who did that is fired. Yeah, they usually don't. Last man standing. People are usually not fired for like a single fuck up, right? People usually are not fired for a single fuck up. Like people usually fire for systematic fuck ups, right? If you systematically do that, well then probably yes. But for a single one, it's really difficult to find developers, like replacement for a developer, to just ban people every time they fuck up. It just doesn't make any sense. But systematic fuck upper can, you know, ruin the whole project. So yeah. So let's actually go to the place where we do all of this stuff. So it might be basically about properly calculating everything. The important thing is to try to learn from our errors. Everyone does it. It's the friends we made along the way, like, right? So what's important is the errors we made along the way. Anyway, so Do you have friends? Anyway. So here is the threshold. Friends? Salut? Ça va? Anyway. So we can make it maybe smaller by increasing the stop threshold. That could be it. What if we increase that step threshold? I have a feeling that it might be actually just growing disproportionately. In physics, you cannot have measures without errors. Errors are something built in our world's nature. To be fair, I think when we're saying errors in software development, and errors in measurement, I think we're talking about different things. It's just coincidentally we're using the same word for that. So I don't think it's like fair to compare these two concepts just because we use the same word for them. What do you think? I think such conversation will lead nowhere. Anyways, so okay, so I found the precise place where this could be important, but maybe I will have to increase it like to 10. When you had an errors in measurements back in uni because of broken tools, yeah, I guess that's essentially something that you have to take into account. Right, don't you? Deceleration factor. What about if we... Okay, so let's actually make it even smaller. Have some sort of a stop threshold, and it's based on the speed, but maybe it shouldn't be based on the speed. Well, we do stop properly. I have a feeling that it doesn't really affect anything. Yeah, but reasoning about the code is like a precise thing in Heisenberg principle. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Right. Funny, very funny. All right. It's really dumb. Disappointed. All right. It's not that. It's just not that. Okay, I want to see what's this thing. I just want to see the value of this thing because I'm not sure if it makes sense for me to even. I'm not sure if like dividing this stuff makes any sense. Oh yeah, so that's it. It's 4. Okay, so we need to divide that even further probably. So yeah, let's actually divide it like by a really big value to make it even smaller. Oh shit. Right, so okay. So it does work, and it fixed it. Fuck. Okay, so let's divide it by 1000. So it has to be even like. Why do we have to like have this depend on the speed? What about, let's say, oh yeah, I know why it could be like that. So let's say that it has to be like 1, right? Or maybe like half, right? And that's gonna be our stop threshold and whatnot. Because we have, right, why does it have to define it to be dependent on the speed? I think it's some sort of like a leftover. Right, yeah, so it's, I think, like, we, at some point, we introduced, like, a friction for deceleration, and that's why I needed all of that, but I don't think it's needed anymore. Alright. So, we can make that threshold actually very small now. Yeah, I think all of that stuff that depends on the speed is really a leftover from some old times. So the threshold could be like something else now, hopefully. No. Huh. Why? Okay. Let's make it even smaller. So make it negative. I don't think it will make sense to make it negative. Let's actually make it 0. Oh yeah, making 0 it actually dangerous, you see, because it starts drifting like that. So that's the one of the reasons why you need to have this stop threshold that just like cannot stop. So this looks uncanny. Probably, I don't know what exactly. Yeah, it keeps drifting. Alright, so, but in any case, I think it could be like a very small value anyway. And it, I remember, it depends on the speed, because on a very high speed it may never actually stop. Yeah, it may never actually stop, but deceleration still depends on the speed, so yeah. Anyway, so it has nothing to do with that, I think. It has nothing to do with that. Why do we set y anywhere? We set y sometimes to, wait, y is just plus, and sometimes it's just equal to that when we prepare to jump. So yeah, I think it's not, is the stream okay? Is the stream okay? The stream is okay. I think we got reconnected for some reason. So what I'm thinking, let me see. Game collision. Let's go back to the collision resolution stuff. So here we have like the distance that we're moving, right? We have the distance that we're moving. And what I'm thinking is that maybe we shouldn't affect the velocity of the entity based on these things. Maybe we should store the initial position of the entity, do all of the resolution first, and only then compute the distances between them. Oh, this is actually way smarter. Yeah. So the thing is, we go through the collision props and we do based on this shit, which is not particularly a correct way of doing it. So yeah, that's cool. I think I have a better idea that may potentially fix all this shit. Hello, Pete UT. Okay, so how do I stop bisect? Does anyone know? Clean bisect reset. Okay, so git bisect reset. Cool. Couldn't check out original head. Please commit your changes. Okay. Okay. And let's go to the master. So hopefully that makes sense. And let me rebuild everything. What I was doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to refactor the way we are resolving collisions and shit. I wanted to go there. Shazawak! What's up, Shazawak Osama? Welcome to the streamus. Hello, how are you doing? So we need to store the original position. Origin, let's call it origin, why not? It's gonna be entity pose, right? So because we're resolving that shit for the entity pose and stuff like that. So here's the distance and we're adding up this distance and we okay, so we also push the particle, so this is some sort of a particle burst. That makes sense. All right, my idea is that we are doing all of this only after we resolved all of the positions and stuff like that. So we're doing that only after. Chat is dead. Yeah, chat is dead because I banned everyone. I'm sorry about that. Shit happens. All right, so this is what we're doing here, and in this particular case, D, the difference is gonna be actually the new one, right? So the entity position minus the origin. So we are trying to remember the original position here, and since D is not needed anymore, I might as well actually put it here. So let me get rid of that. Right, so yeah, something like this. Something like this, and let's try to compound. Let's try to compile it. Okay, so is it gonna do the trick? It's doing different interesting tricks. All right. It didn't do shit at all. Holy fuck. But it didn't break either, so which is kind of cool. It didn't break either, so that means we can actually speed up the process of resolving by not doing that on each iteration, right? So we can just check all of that like afterwards, if you know what I mean, right? We can check all of that afterwards. So let me see. So I'm gonna give Wars game, and we can increase the impact threshold in that particular case then. So it's gonna be like a little bit bigger. It's gonna be a little bit bigger, and so that's no bueno in my opinion. So what exactly is going on? So I suppose, what exactly is stuck in here? Just trying to think, what exactly is stuck? Which one? It's one of these, it's this column specifically stuck in there. And it's probably stuck on this part. So maybe it has something to do with the collision. So we iterate, we resolve that one, it stays that, then we iterate that, and then it's basically for each column here. right. Flickering. I'm sorry for the flickering. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the flickering shit. But I need to zoom in because otherwise I just don't see shit. I'm sorry. So stomp acceleration radius. So is there like a impact threshold at which it's not reproducible? So yes, there is. Here it is. That makes sense. But also, like, why for the right part it is not reproducible? It just like drives me nuts. Okay, if I put it like 5, so for the right part, like, it's just literally impossible to get that, but for the left one, it's just, there you go, here it is. So ending particle bursts. Okay. Entity impact threshold. If it moved too much, it has to. So what this means essentially that the entity during collision resolution while standing being stuck moved too much by Y. It moved too much by Y, but the question is like how much? That's very strange. Alright, so let me try to do the following thing. I'm gonna constantly print that D, and we're gonna just see what it's equal to. Right, I'm gonna constantly print it, and let's find out. Let's find out. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Yes. So here it is. So it's constantly that. Holy shit. Alright, so oh my god, I3, I hate it. So one more time. This is what I want. Alright, so in terms of x, okay, so that makes sense. So in terms of y, we have that. So, yep. Okay, in terms of x, it's actually quite big. Right, it's 12, but that should not affect. Right, so it was always around like, it's actually super close to 5, so which means that if they make the impact equal to 6, that should, you know, be fixed, right? And why the fuck impact is an integer when dy is f? Like, what the hell? Why is this an integer? Why the fuck is that the reason why it is like that? Yeah, that's actually very strange. Like, and in original code it was also integer, and I was like, what the fuck? Why is this like that? That's really weird. It's really weird. And yeah, it's usually like that. Cool. Oh, and I closed accidentally, so let's tmux. I absolutely love tmux. If you accidentally close the terminal, you can also reattach your session. This is actually super nice. Alright, let's actually make it 6 and let's rerun it. Hopefully that will do the trick. Maybe. We'll see. So, no, it doesn't do the trick because sometimes they're bigger than that. Oh, because it lets you go even further then. Right, it becomes... Wait, where do we use this value? Do we use it only there? That's the only place where we use it. Okay. It's around 7. What if I increase it to 8? It also becomes 8, so that means if I make it 10, it will also let it go below 10. So it's almost like this impact threshold doesn't matter, because it kind of depends on the gravity and whatnot. Oh, okay, impact threshold, alright. What am I missing? What exactly is going on? This is such a hard problem. Like, what's funny is that I had the same problem in nothing, I think, for some particular situations. And yeah. So I'm trying to get to the root cause of it. I'm trying to get to the root cause of it. What could be the root cause of that problem? You're moving to... Okay, so the working theory right now is that it penetrates to the left and also to the... Since it penetrates to the left, it also gets snapped vertically, and because during snapping vertically, we cancel out the vertical velocity. That's why the vertical velocity cancels out, and that's why we don't fall down. So that's the working theory. How can we confirm that? Is there any way to confirm that? Because I never actually confirmed that. It's just something that I assumed. Maybe it has nothing to do with that. Right, one way to actually do that is to try to get rid of this thing, but that will basically let it fall through the floors. Well, it doesn't. Yeah, it basically keeps accumulating the velocity. Okay, so yeah, so basically, when you don't cancel out the velocity, right? This is basically what happens. You keep getting more and more velocity. Right, until you like basically tunnel through the floor. That's why we do that. So that makes sense. But at the same time, if you do that, you don't have that problem anymore. So that problem is literally caused by that single line of code. Yeah, so that's basically happens because it doesn't cancel out and you start tunneling through. So the collision resolution snaps you back. The collision resolution snaps you back to the surface, but at some point your velocity is so big that snapping is just not gonna work for you, and you just start like falling, accelerating. So the particle effect also depends on the impact, because during a collision resolution we measure the impact, how much you actually got snapped out of the wall, and that value is used for calculating the intensity of the particle effect. So the higher you fall, the more you're gonna have stuff there, right? So okay, so I confirmed my theory. It is caused by exactly that. That is nice. So there's too much. Oh, wait a fucking second. So there is a vertical resolution going on, right? So if I do that, okay, there is a constant horizontal resolution. So this is how much pixels we got snapped out horizontally, and this is how much we get snapped out vertically. That is cool. What if we don't snap? If we already got snapped by this, is that something that makes sense? I don't think so, but we can try. So essentially we try to snap vertically, but if we already snap vertically, you cannot snap horizontally. So I don't think it's that good of an idea. It's more of a hack, but it may actually work for that particular situation, and it fucking did. That's very interesting. Huh. Well, yeah, I guess. That's a very interesting approach, not gonna lie. To be fair, so we can actually compare the vertical and horizontal impact, right, and care only about the one that is bigger, right? So care only about the one that is bigger. Ooh, so this is kind of like dumb. It's a really dumb solution, by the way. I don't really like it because, right. So we have that. It looks like if you jump on the right, you snap to the ground instead of using the full jump height. What is a full jump height? I don't have a full jump height defined, I think. Maybe I have it defined, but why does it matter? I don't understand your message, I'm sorry. Okay. So. Okay, I think this thing kind of makes sense. Like having else here does kind of make sense for what we're trying to do here. So first, we're always trying to handle that. If this thing is greater than that, that's it. We resolve only x without trying to touch y. If x is small enough, then only then we may take a look at the y. But that might result into us sometimes like falling into this corner. But apart from that, I think this is a working solution. Okay. Okay, so that's pretty cool. All right. So overall, that's cool. It meant that you were sticking to the corner on one side during the jump. Well, I know that I'm sticking to the corner on one side. I know that. Like I already knew that for 4 months. I already knew that about that for 4 months. So if that's what you meant. Not particularly fresh information, to be fair. So. Well, I'm just trying to justify this. Why do I need to do that? Overall, I think that's okay. Is there any other places where we will need to have that? Okay, let me see if with this. So this one looks okay. Okay, that's cool. Cool. I managed to kill them. That's cool. How to explain? Oh, okay. What's the engine? Depends on the definition of engine. What do you mean by engine? When you say engine, what do you mean? So we have origin and we have that. So we also have this thing. Alright, so the first commit is going to be make entity like Godot or Unity. No, that means I'm using a custom engine made from scratch based on SDL2. So the reason why I'm asking what do you mean by engine is because for some people using SDL2 is already too much of an engine, right? So because every time somebody says engine, they mean different thing. For some people, engine is like a full-blown Unity or Unreal Engine. For some people, like using X11 is too much of the third-party dependencies. They would rather actually write their own operating system from scratch than use that over-bloated shit. So you see what I mean? Like it just depends on the kind of person asking, right? So yeah. Different people just mean different things when they say engine. Alright, makes a short float. Okay, cool. So maybe I should, like, this is such a dumb solution, but but it does make sense, right? So if you have too much of the X, we resolve only X, and Y hopefully will be resolved on the next iteration. Right. On the other hand, what sort of engine does your vehicle have that you took to the corner store to buy the okay. All right. So I have an idea. What if we try to do that like several times? What's that makes sense. When you have too much free time, you will reinvent the wheel. So is there something wrong with reinventing the wheel? The humanity keeps reinventing the wheel, and I mean literally, by the way. I'm not saying figuratively, I mean literally reinventing the round thing that you put below your vehicle, right? We do that every day. Actually, humanity keeps reinventing the wheels every day. So if we were not doing that, we would be still using the wooden one, right? Or the stone one. Nobody uses stone or wooden wheels yet. And you know why? Because we keep reinventing them. So, like, what's wrong, like, in the first place, what's wrong with reinventing the wheel? We keep doing that every fucking day. Literally. Not only figuratively, but literally. So, I don't know what guys talking about. It's not even a good analogy or anything. So, okay, so here's the bug. And what if I try to do that like several times? I think that's exactly what I tried to do. Ah, that's not gonna solve it. Unless we only repeat this part several times. Okay, so let's say that I want to repeat it like 2 times. Right. So, having said that, reinventing the wheel makes sense if your wheel is fucking stone. Alright. Cool. So that didn't do it. So what if I do that like, oh yeah, it also doesn't do it. Okay. So yeah, we'll still have to do that thing. But on top of that, this conversation is useless because we're not even having any argument. We're using analogies, which are not arguments at all by the definition of a fucking argument. So yeah. So using, you know, using wheels as an analogy for an argument of not reinventing game engine is like literally not an argument against reinventing game engine. So by the definition of a fucking argument, holy shit, people. And I get surprised, why do I have to explain such basic things every time, every fucking stream? I don't know why. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I should stop actually trying to explain this stuff to people, because people don't listen anyway. Because it's such an obvious thing, right? It's such an obvious thing. Even if we consider reinventing wheel is something bad, right? Which it is not, by the way, but if we even agree, okay, reinventing wheel is bad. Argument against reinventing a wheel is not an argument against reinventing an engine. It's an argument against reinventing the wheel. Like, it's such a simple, basic logic that people, like majority of people, are incapable of fucking grasping. An argument against reinventing A is not an argument against reinventing B, because A is not fucking B. Holy fucking shit. Like, and people just don't understand that, and people eat that shit every fucking day. Holy fucking shit, oh my god. It's just like... Anyway. Yeah, implication is just too hard to grasp. It's just like, yeah. Alrighty. So, yeah, maybe I should actually just put some sort of a note. Not to do, but note rather. Don't consider Y impact if X impact has happened. Okay. This is needed to not get stuck in the wall, in the middle of the air. Right. So if you have some sort of X impact, Y impact is not even considered. Right. Y impact is not even considered yet. So we resolve that, and only then on the next. So that could be dangerous for corners. It could be dangerous for corners. But the Y impact could be resolved on the next iteration. So another probably dangerous thing here would be something like this. Right. So, right. And I think, well, this one could be, yeah. So it seems okay. Well, yeah, you can do this kind of shit, but you can always design your levels so this kind of shit, you don't have this kind of things. And I think that was happening even before anything, before our changes, that's for sure. So basically we need to, like, if you don't want this to happen, just basically have this kind of stuff. So, but yeah. So, all right. So that's cool. That looks cool. That looks cool. What's funny is that I remember people when it was tilted, by the way, when people were talking about using like a rectangular collision resolution instead of the probes. But what's funny, all of the problems that we have in here has nothing to do with that. We would have them with just a rectangular collision resolution without any of these props. Like, we would still have the same problems because they have nothing to do with them, right? And as a matter of fact, I had like literally similar problems in Nothing, where we didn't have this probe style collision resolution, where we literally resolved the collision based on the overlapping of the rectangles. So like, it's just okay. Is this a motherfucking game dev? Yes, this is a game dev. Hello, Fishy Poos, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright. Cool. So that's pretty goddamn cool. Everything is working more or less correctly. So I'm more or less happy with that. So we can create like a shit ton of different entities just to see if something gets broken super quick. And nothing is broken so far. Nobody is stuck, like I think. And yeah, overall it's just okay. Less entities. Yeah, we only have one entity. Okay, cool. So yeah, collision, like, it's just works a little bit better. It just works a little bit better. I really like it. I really like it. I especially like how it follows the surface. Okay, so I think the time has come to do a committee. Add a hack against being stuck in the wall in the middle of the air. All right, I'm gonna push that right into the repo, and we are about to make a pull request for this thing. We're about to make a pull request, and by the way, the source code is available here if anyone is interested. Is this stream... Okay, so there's like a huge delay. I wonder if this is something with Chat Arena or TMI. It feels like something with TMI. Like, look at that delay. Look at that delay. Ping. Oh, delay. Okay. Add a hack against being stuck in the wall. Right. So I guess it was something with the Chat Arena. Who knows? Maybe the garbage collector kicked in. I'm just joking. There's no garbage collector in Qt applications. So yeah, yes. So now the game looks a little bit more robust, right? In terms of like collision resolutions and whatnot. We're not getting stuck or anything. So overall, it's very robust. So we can now just go somewhere here and create this thingy, Majengi, and try to fight against it. And just try to find and see if we can beat it, which is kind of difficult, but if you get really close, it will, yeah. Time to release for 60 bucks. It's not gonna be actually paid game, it's gonna be free game. So, because I don't know how to create games. Because I'm not using rectangles for collision resolution, so that's why it's not going to be 60 bucks. It doesn't look like it's worth it. Alright. And overall, yeah, so that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Alright. So waiting for... Alright, so I think I want to make a small break because I need to pee. That's probably why. The combat mechanics is really cool. Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words, because, yeah, thank you so much. Small break. It's gonna be 3 minutes. Okay. So I'm just making the combat mechanics the way I would like to play it. I think I want something like extremely dynamic and super fast, like kind of similar to T-Worlds. Yeah. So I wanted the dynamic of T-Worlds, but it's not really a T-Worlds game. You know the T-Worlds. So this is the kind of the game in sort of in terms of dynamics I'm inspired by. So it's a very dynamic game, by the way. It's like maybe even more dynamic than Quake, probably. T-Worlds, yeah. Hello on the bot, by the way. Welcome to the channel. Unfortunately, nobody really plays the vanilla T-Worlds anymore. It's kind of dead. Everyone's playing this, like, what is it called? This Zoomer DD race or something. I forgot what it is. What's up? What's up? So DD race T-Worlds. So it's basically like a fork of T-Worlds. Yeah. I used to play it when it was actually popular. Yeah, it was so fun when it was actually popular. Holy shit, like in 2017, I remember that. Holy fuck. I think it was even popular like in 2019, 9 and 10, when I was in uni. So I remember how we used to, like with the class, go to the like computer lab and just play locally in T-Worlds. It was so fucking cool. Yeah, especially during the lessons. Imagine during the like computer lab lessons, when the teacher actually like leaves the computer lab, everyone just stops doing everything and everyone's just playing T-Worlds over LAN. So yeah, that was cool. Kids this day only play League of Legends. Yes. Anyway, so everyone playing this thing, which is actually, like, the gameplay of this thing has nothing to do with the original T-Worlds as far as I can tell, so it's just sort of like a racing game or something. We used to see as 1.6 in class, yeah. I think we used to do that as well, but I was not a big fan of Counter-Strike, I think. Even though I'm Russian, right, which is kind of strange, like why I wouldn't be a big fan of Counter-Strike. It's probably because, yeah, my brain is Pepega, so I actually like 2D games better than 3D one, believe it or not. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Yeah, I rather prefer 2D games than 3D games. Yeah. One time even the teacher joined the game. Nice, that's actually pretty cool. So, yeah. Okay, so again, I need to pee, so you guys have fun. Late, am I right? Actually late. Alright, let's go back to game development. How about that? Yeah, late. So, are we ready to merge the pull request, or are we still waiting for continuous integration? Okay, so we're still waiting for FreeBSD, I suppose. So what's going to be the next thing that we're going to work on? Yeah, FreeBSD is slow because GitHub Actions don't support FreeBSD, so we literally have to, you know, start up the virtual machine and test all of that in a virtual box. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going to be next. So spike rate don't deal any damage. This sounds interesting. It's actually true. It doesn't deal any damage. How do you learn English? You learn English the same way you learn programming, by doing it, right? So that's it. You do that by speaking English. So the easiest way to do that is actually go surround yourself, go into English speaking environment, and luckily with the internet it's kind of easy to do. You can do that by watching English YouTube, you can do that by watching English streams, or go into joining English speaking chats and so on and so forth. Like on Discord you can find English speaking chats, there's a lot of them. So you just, yeah, this is how I learned English myself. Can he actually understand the answer? I think he can, because he asked it in English, right? So I presume that they can understand me, otherwise they wouldn't do that. Right. Dating English-speaking girls. Well, okay, you can try also dating English-speaking boys, so I don't think gender matters in that particular situation. So, yeah, let's continue. Is it done? I think it is done. Let's actually merge this one. Talk with friends helps because it's a free teaching restaurant. What is this word? I would assume that, well, I mean, we're not approving of a homophobic slur in our channel, unfortunately, because it's against US. So there's nothing I can do about that. It's Twitch US. Insta ban. Hugh, what? Oh, okay. Join English Discord voice. To be fair, joining English Discord voice chats, if you don't really speak English that well, could be a little bit overwhelming, unless you know the person really well, so they can help you. They will understand that you can speak that well. It's something like LOL. Oh, is that a Portuguese thing? Or maybe it's an English thing. I don't know. So you see, maybe I don't speak English myself. Who knows? Have I tried RAYLIB? No, I haven't tried it yet, but I plan to actually try it. Okay, so we added a hack, so let me go and start working on the spike waves. Oh yes, it is a Portuguese thing. Okay, I didn't know that. So, but yeah, we have a lot of people from Brazil here, so yeah, over time I actually learning more and more about Portuguese and Brazil memes here, so yeah. Looking forward to RAYLIB Friday stream. I don't know, is there anything interesting about RAYLIB? What can we do with it? It's not really available in Debian, so we'll literally have to build it ourselves. I know only Brazilians do this, but in Brazil it's very common to laugh using RSRS. Any of that stuff. Interesting. Complicated laugh. Yeah, you guys have a very complicated laugh. So, well, I mean, Russians have an even more complicated laugh, right? So, how do you laugh like that? What the fuck? So, but the thing is just X in Cyrillic means a different thing, right? It's a H sound. It's not really H sound because H sound is more of a ha sound. In Russian, this cross means he, right? He. The sound that you're supposed to pronounce in tech, right? So that's exactly the sound that you have to pronounce in tech and latech. It's like a Russian h. Right, and that's why Russians laugh like that. They laugh ha 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 ha. Right, makes sense? So yeah, and I would say that English H that denotes sound ha ha, half, horror. It's completely different sound. Right. So download now. So Linux. What do we have here? Working on GNU/Linux. And to build this entire thing, you have to, like, I think I have CMake and I have build essentials in Git. I'm not sure if I have all of these dependencies. So I can try, well, I definitely have majority of them. So let's try to install them. Okay, so I don't have some of them here. Cool. And after that, maybe we can try to build it. For how long does it build, by the way? So I wonder. Let's try to grab the latest one. So, and I'm gonna go to, I guess, third party, and this is where we're gonna actually clone this entire stuff. So Twitch recommends me render stream, and the first thing I see are tiling window manager and GitHub and dark mode. I guess I will stay. This is Windows, actually. I don't know what you're talking about. It's Windows 10. It worked. So you think boosting actually works? Like, I don't know. I don't really have that much of a viewer spike. Like, usually during the weekend I have around 200 people. I don't know, so I don't know. I'm using precompiled version, easiest game engine ever. On which platform? That's kind of important. Like, so if you're using it on Windows it does make sense to have a precompiled version. On Linux, it will greatly depend on your distro, because on different distros you can have different libraries compiled with different ABIs, and for, like, essentially Linux is such a mess. Well, exactly. So for Windows it's actually super easy. You can just grab the binaries and they're gonna work. On Linux, it's really complicated. It's really complicated on Linux. So it's just easier to build it from scratch yourself, trust me. So it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. Okay, so that's cool. So did it consume too much of my home folder? Not much. So RAYLIB and DUSH. 40 megabytes, okay. So let's take a look. That's why I don't use Linux. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I was considering to switch to Windows, by the way. Right. Okay. Yes. Because, like, I like a lot of aspects of Linux, except that one where there's no, like, literally no even like rudimentary standardization. It just drives me nuts. But apart from that, it's kind of good. So I think a lot of people use macOS because of that. So they basically treat macOS as more or less standardized Linux, right? It's a Unix, but at the same time, the applications, like if you develop an application for macOS, you don't have to develop hundreds of different distributions for different kind of macOSs, right? So there's one macOS. Is that it? I guess that's it. This is it. That's actually pretty cool. All right, so, and I suppose I have to just install it. Let's take a look at the examples. So we have different textures, shapes, core, 3D camera platformer. Okay, let's take a look at the 3D camera platformer. I wonder if it's gonna work or not. Core 3D camera platformer. First person. Oh. Oh shit. It just worked. What the fuck? I just downloaded it from the oh, excuse me. From the repo. I just build it and I run it and it just works. That's amazing. Not gonna lie. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But what's the source code of that example? No collision detection, but that was not meant to demonstrate collision detection though, I suppose. Yeah, so the structure of the source code is completely different from the structure of the artifacts. Nice. So it has to be core 3D camera first person C. So let's take a look at what it has. So you just initialize the window, you create the camera, so camera is sort of predefined thing for you. And yeah, it feels a little bit too high level, right? Because you already have predefined camera, you already have predefined everything. So I guess it could be cool if you just don't want to use Unity and you liked coding everything yourself. So it's just like engine as a library. That's what it is, right? So engine as a library. Because the engines these days, like Unity or Unreal Engine, they're not just libraries, right? They're whole environments, right? And this is just a library. Could be interesting, actually. Could be interesting. I could use something like this, for example, for a game jam. I was thinking about maybe at some point participating in a game jam, like Ludum Dare and stuff like that, just to see how it is to participate in that. And I might use something like RAYLIB for that. Yeah. So, but I'm not sure yet, so I'm not going to promise anything yet. So, yeah, that sounds interesting. Okay, can we install the RAYLIB somewhere to some sort of a distribution? So I'm gonna create like a dist, right, and I'm gonna do dest dir, and dest dir is gonna be like something make install, and hopefully it will install it there. So then I go to this distribution, and here it is. Here is the distribution of the RAYLIB. So, and that's pretty cool because it also includes not only the static library, right, that we have here, right, so we can also take a look. It's just 6 MB library. Headers, it also includes the CMake scripts. So, yeah. So this is the whole distribution. That's pretty cool. Yeah, to be fair, we can move everything out of the local like this to here. Yeah, there we go. And just remove the user. And here you go. Here's our precompiled distribution. So it just includes libraries, and there we go. That's nice. What was the command for the dir thingy? What dir thingy? I don't understand. What is the dir thingy? Which one? Desdir. Ah, Desdir. So essentially, majority of the make files, they support the Desdir environment variable. So this is essentially, you can say where to install that, because if you just do make install, it will try to install that to user local, right? It will try to install it there, but you can always redirect that. You can just put destdir and like whatever, and majority of the make file scripts will install it there, but it's up to the make file script itself, right? So it's a convention. Right, it's a convention for make files, so not all of the make files will support that. Just keep that in mind, right? But the makefiles generated by CMake, they do support desdir because auto tools files also support that. So it's just sort of like a Unix convention that you can just do desdir and do it like that. But just keep in mind that it's not like mandatory. It's just a convention that everyone followed. All right, so here's the distribution, and can we try to use that in our in our game or some sort of example? I don't follow. Very well then. Okay, so I'm gonna do make dir dist RAYLIB. I actually didn't want to do that. I wanted to move. Okay. RAYLIB. Okay. Cool. And then do I want to zip it up? Maybe RVC RAYLIB TGZ. There we go. So now I have TGZ archive. No Makefiles has. Oh, you don't follow the convention. Oh, I see. I already switched my context. I couldn't understand what you mean. I'm sorry. No Makefiles has any of the values that can be set. I choose what I should use. Yeah, okay. Me neither, because I usually write very small Makefiles. So yeah. Okay, let's try to use that. So it's gonna be prob, and I'm gonna do make dir RAYLIB prob. RAYLIB prob. Third party. RAYLIB TGZ, and this is what I'm gonna copy here. Yeah, let's do it like that. I haven't written CMake scripts for quite some time already, so we'll see how it goes. So first of all, let's do X RAYLIB. So it's gonna be here, and let's do CMake lists txt. So I want to use CMake because, well, I don't have to use CMake actually, because I can just do everything myself, so I'm not going to use it. So I'm going to use a makefile then. There we go. We're gonna have main CPP. As far as I know, it's this entire library is written in CPP, right? It's is it C? Is it really C? It's a simple, easy to use library. Is everything okay? Everything's okay. It's just like sometimes it's just difficult for me. No abandoned comment. It's just me. It's a problem with me. I think it's a C. Yeah, it's a C language. Okay. All right. So let's create main.c and let's include RAYLIB.c, RAYLIB.h. So maybe we want to also take a look at some of the examples. Third-party RAYLIB is going to be. So what examples I want to take a look at? So there's a physics though, but I'm going to go with the core. Core to like 3D first, actually camera first person. All right, so there's max columns. I'm not sure what the hell is that supposed to mean, but okay. Okay, so we're gonna have screen width, right, and then we're gonna have a height. And then what we're doing essentially, we're just initializing a window. It's gonna be screen width and screen height, and then I'll just test RAYLIB prob. And I guess that's it. So afterwards, so we're organizing the event loop and shit like that. So this is the camera, nothing special. This is event loop. While window shouldn't close, right? We are doing event loop. So updating the camera. I suppose we don't have camera yet, so we need to begin drawing. Right, begin drawing like in GL 1.0. Then we clear the background. So it's a very I'm GUIsh, if you know what I mean. It's a very I'm GUIsh. Begin mode 3D for the camera. Okay, so we're not doing that. And then we can end drawing. End drawing. That's very interesting. So then after everything is done, we close the window. So this is like a very basic example. And I'm surprised that that is it. That's the whole thing. Okay. So it's literally like an engine as a library. Okay, I'm okay with that. I like that so far. Accepts. Okay, so you guys talking about C++ subsets and stuff like that. Prob depends on main C, and if I try to compile this entire stuff, I think I can do something like C flags, prob libs, and let's go. By the way, does RAYLIB have .pc files? That's a good question. Find type file name that is a PC. It does have a... Okay, that's actually super cool. It has a PC file. So it's a file for package config, so I don't have to use cmake. I can use make files with the package config and stuff. That's actually super cool. So it also has a prefix, but since I have this kind of distribution, I have to modify the prefix, that's for sure. That's for sure, but so for us, prefix is going to be just this. This is going to be the prefix. Well, the prefix could be actually RAYLIB in that particular case then. Okay, so what is the environment variable for package config? So something like a package config path. There we go. So this is a package config path, and I can go now somewhere here, make file, and just set package config path to RAYLIB, and let me find it. So it's going to be RAYLIB lib package config. Cool. So this is where we're searching for this kind of stuff, right? So, and in here, I need to start Emacs in this kind of mode, in this kind of mode, and oh my god, I already lost it. Where am I? I think I'm... Okay, I'm really lost. So what I want to do here is just to call this thing package config list all and grep ray. There we go, I have a RAYLIB here. Nice, nice, nice. So after that, I can set C flags. I can set some like W all, W error, maybe not W error, but W extra. So ggdb pedantic version, the standard is going to be C11. Do I need anything else? I don't think I need anything else. Okay, and on top of that, we're going to have package config packages. All right, packages, and it's going to be what? RAYLIB, RAYLIB, and libs is going to be is just C flags. Libs. Cool. So let's try to build this entire stuff and see if it's gonna go well. Was not found. Cool. So that didn't work. Setting this stuff as an environment variable literally didn't work. That's really interesting. So everything, I think it's a Clang thing. The last time I checked W everything, it was specifically Clang thing, it's not really GCC. Alright, so make set environment variable. Yeah, it's a Clang, but I'm using GCC. I'm sorry, I'm not both. I'm so sorry, but I'm using GCC. I'm not using Clang right now. Oh, I can use Clang, but yeah. So making variables are not exported into the environment processes by default. However, you can use makes export. Oh, okay. So can I just do export? Oh shit, I can. I can just do export. How about that? Bet you didn't expect that shit to happen. Okay, undefined reference to main. Seriously? Are you fucking serious, mate? Okay. Yes, I'm a debugger. So also oh yeah, this is because I didn't specify the source code of the file. Yes, I'm literally compiling nothing. Okay, I'm literally compiling nothing. Okay, cool. So I can do something like this. And what else do we have? Yeah, we'll have to remove that. And cool. So we don't use these things, so that means I'll have to do void here, void. And look at that. We also need to link with the mathematical library. So it's kind of funny how, you know, the PC file doesn't specify all of the libraries you have to link with. I think it doesn't. Oh yeah, it does specify. Libs private. Yeah, where is RTLM and all of that stuff? All of that jazz? Would you ever shave off your eyebrows? That's a good question. Probably not. They don't really create too much hassle for me. Because the reason why I shave my head off is that because I don't like to go to hairdressers. Right? So, but eyebrows, they don't really require any maintenance, right? So literally they just stay there. So from the practical point of view, I don't see any reason to shave them off, right? So yeah, probably no. Doesn't make sense to me. He shaved his head because he's a Russian gangster. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. When hairdresser asks, what do you do? Yeah, so my main problem with hairdressers is asks. Yeah, I would really appreciate it if they shut up. Package config, so libs and RAYLIB. So yeah, why doesn't it specify that like we need to link with JL and some other jazz? Yeah. So is there any way to also include private libs? Double slash, where is double slash? Excuse me. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, private. Print requires private. Static output library is suitable for static linking. That means including any private libraries in the output. Yes, that's probably what we want to have here. So what if I do static? Yeah, boy, boy. And what if we do C flags? Okay, so that means I just need to add static. Static. Static, and I think that will fucking work, mate. First try on the flip out. Anyway, so let's just try to run it, and there you go. So here's the thing. So it works. We created a white window. We can actually probably make a like a black one. So array white. How about array black? Let's see what's gonna happen. Wait a second. You have array white, but you don't have array black? Fuck. Anyway, so do we have array red? Okay, it's just like red. Oh, okay, so it's probably, I see, it's a different color. It does have a black, just black. So there is a white and there is a ray white. So it's probably like a special version of white, maybe different shade of white. All right, so let's take a look. Let's just try to run it, and there you go. Here's the black. Okay, so now we can try to like draw different things with it. So we can try to do 2D, right? So let's go to the examples and let's try to do some different 2D shit. Example, core, 2D. 2D camera. So you can just create 2D camera. Let's create 2D camera. Camera, 2D, camera, initialize. Oh my god, I love it. So yeah, so it basically follows the zero rule, meaning that zero initialized structure is a valid like structure. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, so and then we initialize it with different stuff here. Target. So do I really need to do that stuff? Maybe. Okay, so we also have a vector 2. Oh, player. What is a player, by the way? Player is a rectangle. Okay. Jian, we're checking out RAYLIB, by the way. So, yeah. This is like a boilerplate for the RAYLIB program, right? You initialize the window and you organize the event loop. Window should close and then begin drawing, then you do something and then you end drawing, and that's the whole thing. So yeah, it's literally, how to say that, the engine is a library. Looks very clean. Yeah, because it actually hides a lot of shit behind of these calls. Yeah. All right. Is it this? Yeah, it's actually pretty decent. So maybe like I always was looking for like a small library with which I can quickly like draw something on the screen to check something out. Maybe RAYLIB could be that library. It could be that library where I could just quickly prototype something just to see how it looks, or maybe just draw some concept because I can only think visually. So maybe I'm gonna start using RAYLIB for that. And I really liked how easy it is to build it. It builds very quickly. The distribution, yeah, it's literally p5.c. Yes, I agree with you. After I tried it, I now understand what you mean on the bot, by the way. I do understand what you mean now. So yeah. I do agree with that statement. Can someone explain the zero rule he mentioned for the 2D gamer? Essentially, it's not really like a rule, it's just what we call it. I think I heard it from Jiang calling it like that, but the idea is that you have a particular structure that represents a particular like concept, like a particular entity, right? You have a player that has like a position, maybe it has like a name, and so on and so forth. It has a lot of different things. And the rule is, if you basically allocate a memory for this structure and like mem set 0 this entire memory, that structure should be still valid. This structure should be a valid version of a player, even if each individual field of that structure is initialized to 0. That means that the methods, the functions that, for example, handle the player, they should also handle the situation when the name is equal to null. Because if you 0 initialize this entire structure to null, the name is going to be null. That means name can be missing, and everyone who works with a structure should take that into account always. Yeah. So that's basically what I mean. That's like a zero rule. So a 0 initialized structure is a valid version of that structure, no matter what. Yeah. Give an example of invalid structure initialization. What do you mean? I'm not really sure. This is a really strange question. For example, I think I'm understanding what you mean. For example, you created a structure, but having a name not equal to null is not valid, right? So that means like every time you create player, you have to initialize the name, and because of that, everyone who works with the player always assume that name is there. So that means the structure doesn't follow that rule anymore. So yeah. It's just basically that. I'm not sure what you mean, but I try to understand what you mean, but it's difficult. So I'm gonna make a cup of tea, by the way, before we proceed. And I'm really running out of tea, so this is literally the last cup of tea that we're gonna have today. I'm gonna have today. Yeah, the last cup, because I didn't buy more tea. How is that zero helpful? Oh, we can have like a whole lecture about this. It's not. It's too complicated to explain. At least right now, especially like when I'm about to make a tea. I'm sorry. I can try to explain that, but if you're actually studied the program recently and you didn't have much experience with C, even my explanation wouldn't make sense to you, to be fair. So what I would suggest is just not to worry about that rule, okay? Just don't worry about it. So I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen and just boil up some water. All right, so let's continue. So let's take a look at some of the examples. So we have a camera. So on top of that, there is like a whole category of people who would disagree that this is a useful rule. This category of people is called modern C++ programmers. So it's this kind of discussion gets really messy. So yeah, it's just like, don't worry about this. It's just yet another of these things for weird developers. Anyway, let me think. So maybe we're gonna have. I'm not sure, like, is player a float or is it an integer? Is it a float or is it an integer? So, so I'm gonna actually try to make it a float and just see how the compiler will complain about that. Well, the reason why C++ developers don't consider it useful is because they have constructors. They solved this problem, right? So they solved it, right? You have constructor, you want to make sure that it's initialized correctly. Just put it in a constructor, so the problem is solved. So yeah, but they don't really care that you lose control over like low-level stuff, that you cannot like basically allocate some memory and just memset it anymore. So basically, instead of like working with the memory, now you're working with these black boxes that initialize at the beginning of the scope and deinitialize at the end of the scope. So like it's a paradigm shift. It's a different paradigm. So like it's yet another of those discussions that I participated way too many times in. Right, so I've been in this discussion so many times. I just don't care. Well, like, sure, you guys solve that problem for yourself. Good for you. Cool. C++ is better than C. Sure. Just let me do my own thing. So, yeah. Sure. Just leave me alone already. Yeah. Okay. It's like, my problem is that people always claim that they solved the problem and they always act that they never paid any price for that, right? So it's really unsettling, right? How people solve the problem and then they like completely blind to the cost. I'm not saying that it's a wrong way of solving the problem, by the way. It's a one way of solving the problem. My problem is that people act like there were no costs. There's always cost. And when people start acting like it's completely free solution, it's just, no, it's not. You paid for it. I have nothing against that solution, but don't act like it was free. So anyway. Except Rust has no cost. It's a perfect language. Well, let's find out. Let's find out if it has any cost. Okay. You see, I can use Rust for free. I didn't even pay a single cent to use Rust. So, conclusion, Rust is free. Alright, anyway, let's continue. Top-notch idea, yes. Free language POG. Imagine actually paying for the language in 2021. Unspeakable. There used to be times when compilers were actually like a commercial like software. You had to pay to program. Imagine the days when you had to pay to just make a hello world. Ada programmers. I mean, the Ada compiler also is free. Yeah, things like Borland, and especially in DOS times, to program for DOS, there was not that many free compilers to do that. Intel C compiler is not free. I think there was like a trial version. I think Intel C has a trial version, if I remember correctly. And also they have some sort of a student program. If you're a student, you can use Intel C compiler for free. So yeah, it's a trial, yeah. And it ends. Alright, so I think my tea is ready, so I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen and just pour myself some hot water. By the way, if you think about that, if the compilers and interpreters were paid, maybe we wouldn't have so much shit software in 2021. It's like, it's similar to the games, right? To the online games. Basically, online games that have like some sort of paywall usually have better community, right? Because, well, I mean, whatever. On the other hand, it's not probably a good idea for making like a paywall to get into programming, because there may be some like very talented programmers who cannot afford buying a compiler, right? So they will miss an opportunity to get into programming. So it's really WoW would like to disagree. Well, I guess usually, so the games with the paywall, they usually have better communities, but it depends on how a community has been formed, because if a particular community with a particular culture reached a critical point, the community may start to self-maintain its own quality without any additional, mechanisms outside of the community, right? If you know what I mean. Right. So I don't think like WoW community sort of like contradicts to what I said. It's just like yeah. So sometimes community just know how to maintain their own quality. So yeah, like Tibia. To be fair, I know nothing about Tibia, so to be fair, I don't know. Mature programmers write their own compiler like Holy C. Yeah, that's probably what they do. Okay. GNU tools are completely free of cost and also Clang. My brain actually parsed this sentence in a really weird way. So it parsed it like Clang is a continuation of listing the properties of GNU tools. So GNU tools are completely free of cost and also Clang. So it sounds like GNU tools are Clang. So it makes Clang sound like some sort of like adjective that describes GNU tools. GNU tools are so Clang, goddamn. You look very Clang today, not gonna lie. Yeah, I know that the two distinct products. Like you really think I don't know what is Clang? Oh my god. Thank you very much. You Clang? No, you are Clang. Chat. Why are you Clang? Tell me. I feel so Clang. Yes. Yeah, I know what you're wanting to say. I know what you want to say. I'm just saying that it just like sounds a little bit funny. This is a good day to be Clang. Alright. But also keep in mind that I'm not an English speaker. Like English is my second language, so maybe I'm interpreting this sentence like completely weird. What's up? Your hot and plots. What salad are you eating right now, by the way? Is that a potato salad? Stop being Clang. Okay, so let's continue with this example. I want to do a low-level game stuff, but I always get depressed and disheartened easily. So maybe you should visit a doctor. Maybe it has nothing to do with game development or low-level stuff. Maybe you just generally have a depression. So maybe it makes sense for you to visit a doctor first and then go into the game development. So, yeah. It's like you don't try to learn how to play piano with your hands being broken, right? So you first like fix your hands. Not saying anything against people who don't have any hands but still play piano. I'm just saying generally for the majority of people it would make sense. Oh, okay. So tomatoes, pepper, some feta cheese. Oh, okay. It's like a Greek salad or something. Also cucumber. That sounds nice. Sounds nice. And a slice of bread. Beautiful. Beautiful. Bon appetit. Using RAYLIB. I'm actually like learning RAYLIB. I'm not really using it. I'm just learning it. Okay, so we're gonna have like initial position here. So we also have some sort of a offset rotation. We don't really need to set rotation to 0. It's already set to 0. But the camera zoom has to be 1. Okay. Set target FPS. Okay, let's set our target at 60 FPS. You can just set the FPS and it will just maintain it for you. That's pretty nice. If the key is down right, we can just keep increasing. All right. If is key down, key right. What I want to increase? I want to increase the camera position, actually, like target x plus 2. Otherwise, if the key is down, key left. Not even having to poll events. Yeah, so I suppose maybe the events are polled in here, or maybe they're using an API that just immediately checks the state of the keyboard. It's like in SDL, SDL get keyboard state. You can just get the keyboard state as an array, and you can check the state of any of the keys at any time in that particular array. So maybe it's one of those APIs without like polling or anything, but I'm not really sure which one is that. But for the game, it's usually like better to check the current state of the key usually, because going through this event loop is not particularly easy. You actually do have depression, which makes continue programming any task actually extremely tough. Well, in that case, you should visit a doctor, seriously. And I hope you're living in a country where it is possible to, you know, consult a professional, right? Because in some countries, it's just people don't really care that much about mental health. So yeah. Okay, so camera target, and we apply this thing here. So there's also camera rotation. Okay, I'm not gonna modify the camera right now. What I want to do here is I want to just draw something. So we're starting begin mode 2D to draw things. Begin mode 2D, and I provide the camera. I provide the camera, and then we end mode 2D. I especially like how it's like very I'm GUI-ish, if you know what I mean. Right, very I'm GUI-ish, but maybe it has nothing to do like with specifically I'm GUI, because like OpenGL 1.0 like has a similar style of development, so of programming, I mean. Let's try to draw a rectangle, and I don't really know what these things mean. I suppose they are X, Y, W, H, and then the color. So let's actually do something like 0, 0, 100, 100, and let's do something like red. We're gonna draw a red rectangle and see if it's gonna do a thing or not. So here's a rectangle, draw rectangle rect. Okay, oh, it accepts the rectangle. Then you can draw a line, and I guess that's it. That should be it, if I understand correctly, right? So you just create a camera, just do all of these things, and okay, so let's try to build this entire thing. Alright, so vector 2D undeclared. Alright, so maybe I have to include something. Oh, it's not vector 2D, it's actually vector 2. Alright, and let's see if I try to build this entire thing. It does in fact build, and let's try to probe it. And yeah, that was it. That's pretty interesting. And it's also not like a real red, it's like a ray red. So it's not like 25500. It looks Clang. Speaking of, what about using Clang? Yeah, -B. There we go. So I compiled this entire stuff with Clang. And does it work with Clang? It does work with Clang. Would you look at that? Oh, it also trace shit. So yeah, it's just like an all-in-one solution for game development, like in C. This is amazing. This is actually pretty goddamn cool. Very, very cool. By the way, what if I don't do any camera mode? Right, what if I just remove it and just draw a rectangle without any of this bullshit? I'm pretty sure we'll be able to. TCC. So what about TCC? I'm not sure if I have TCC though. Oh, I do have TCC. Okay. Alright, unknown relocation type 23. Can your Clang do that? I don't think so. So without the camera, it just can't. Yes, it just can't. It makes so much fucking sense. So yeah, and I can use it for drawing some stuff, I suppose. TCC on FreeBSD can only produce scaffolding executables. Nice. Okay, I want to do something with RAYLIB, to be fair. I want to do something with it. So what can we create? What kind of like very simple program can we create? We can do like an, you know, thing that bounds off the like DVD logo thingy. Let's do a DVD logo. Can I load a textures and just draw the textures on the screen? DVD logo. Make a tic-tac-toe. We'll see, we'll see. Let's do a classic DVD logo. I think I need to grab the orange one. I think I like the orange one. But I need the transparency for CD. This is a black one, but that means I'll have to modify its stuff. So can I... How do I download that? So, download PNG. Do I have to really... DVD logo PNG free. I need like a free version of it. Join us now and share your software. Oh shit, here it is. I found it. I fucking found it. I'm gonna put it here. Join us now and share your software. We will be free. Hackers, you'll be free. So texture, image. I'm not really sure how to load the image. For your information, Google Images have copyright settings under tools. You can search for free images. Oh, okay. That's cool. Okay. Search settings, right? Copy. Free. Okay. So we're gonna throw it away anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm just trying to release it publicly or something. Okay, so let me see. Use Blu-ray. It's too late. I'm sorry. So how do I load an image? Do we have anything with images? Sprites. Sprite. Okay, so we have sprites. Image. Image copy. So manipulate images. Maybe there is something like draw image. Draw pixel. A single pixel. Oh, there was image draw. I think I saw image draw. Image draw. There we go. So DST, SRC, cool. So you can load texture. Can you load image? Okay, you can load image. Holy shit. All right. So if I try to do it like that. All right. So load image. DVD. And we're gonna just provide this thing like this. DVD logo. Is it really as simple as this? I can't believe that. Oh, alright. Can you draw image, or does it have to be image draw? Why does it have to be DST though? So SRC DST, update texture, draw texture. Okay, so you can actually draw a texture. So maybe instead of loading an image, we can draw a texture. I think this is what I'm gonna do. Texture, texture 2D, load texture. Okay, draw texture, and this is what we're gonna put here. Instead of drawing the rectangle like this. So what is it? Oh, you have tint even. Holy shit, that's amazing. That's exactly what you want here. Like this is the thing that I have to implement myself in SDL. Okay, so the position is going to be 0. This one is going to be 0, and the color, like tint. Color. How do I make a color? Get a color. You can get a color from a hex value. Holy shit. This is so intuitive. Okay, so the tint is gonna be 0x like FF 0000 FF. Why this shit is so intuitive? What the fuck? I hate it. I'm sorry, I don't hate it. It's just okay. You cannot see shit in this mist, but maybe this is because I need to do array white, right? So because the thing itself is black. Okay, so what if tint? Maybe it has to be like this. Can I not specify this thing here? Like, why doesn't it draw anything? Let's do it like a black then. It doesn't draw anything. That's really strange. It does report that it loaded an image. Data loaded successfully. Texture created successfully. Target time milliseconds. Okay, that's cool, but it doesn't draw it. Draw texture. Texture. So you can specify the position. So maybe this is because it's too big. It could be because it's too big, and if you look at it, it could be actually drawing like this part, right? Since it's 2000 by 2000, it's like it's drawing like a part where it's completely transparent with you guys. Stop. Okay, so we're gonna do convert, resize. Yeah, resize. So, and if it's 200, okay, so it's actually completely square. I can do something like convert DVD logo, resize. Let's say it's gonna be 100 by 100. I think that's gonna be reasonable for our like size of the screen. Or maybe, wait a second, can you resize them while drawing? Like, can you resize them while drawing? You can do a rectangle. So, but it could be a source. Draw a part, so it's a draw a part of the texture, I see. Oh, and you can do that with a zoom in a camera, right? You can do that on the level of a camera, but I don't think it's, I think it's actually reasonable. Here's the scaling parameter. Oh, okay, that's useful. Position, rotation, okay, nice, thank you so much. Position, rotation. It takes position as this thing, as the vector. How do you construct a vector? I forgot. I think I do it like that. Vector 2, 0, and a rotation is going to be 0. Position, rotation, scale. We can try to cut it in half and just see. I'm doing something incorrect. My brain, why are you so pepega? My brain is so pepega for this shit. Okay, here's the texture. Position is 0. Rotation, rotation has to be 0. Okay, so this is basically my pepega brain. Okay. I just missed one. Like my, yeah, it's difficult for me. Oh, there we go. Now we can see that. So that's cool. Cut it in half even more. Cut it in half even more. Maybe 125 in this particular case. So now we can see this shit. Cool. So, that's cool. We can try to save that like scaling parameter. DVD scaling parameter. Scaling 125F, and we're gonna reuse it like everywhere at some point. Scale. Move camera. We don't have camera unless I enable it, but I don't want to use camera. By the way, I don't want to use camera for this one actually. So we don't need camera. So the camera for this one is overkill. Anyway, so the thing we need to have here, we need to have the position now. DVD position. So this is the position, and it's going to be just basically initially 0. And so here is the DVD position. Right. So here's the DVD position. So in RAYLIB, is it possible to find delta time? Delta time. So if you set FPS to that, we can basically treat the delta time as 1 divided by FPS, right? So, and what we essentially can do screen FPS is going to be 60. right? And then we can set screen FPS, and then we can have something like delta time, right? Delta time, which is 1 divided by screen FPS, right? Screen FPS, and this is what we can use for all of the computations and stuff like that. So next thing, velocity, right? So we need some sort of a velocity. DVD velocity is going to be maybe 100 pixel per second, right? And now we're going to be updating. So we're also going to have a direction here. So maybe DVD, yeah, velocity. Let's call it velocity. So by x is going to be DVD velocity multiplied by delta time, and then DVD velocity multiplied by delta time. So this is what we have here. There we go. And put it like this. So do we have something like vector 2? Like what is the vector arithmetic operations here? How can I add vectors together? Is there something like that? Vector 2, and there's no thing. Oh, it's actually vector to add sum. There's no vector operations in RAYLIB. What the fuck? How do you do that then? Ray math. Okay, Ray math. Vector. Yeah, I think that's what we need here. Vector, yeah, this is what you use here. Okay, so that means I can do it like that. Right, Ray math add DVD position with DVD velocity, and we're gonna do DVD position equals to that. So that will make it move, hopefully. And that didn't work. This is because I need to do Ray math. Is that why I need to do that? That's why I need to do that. And now we have a moving DVD, but it's not gonna bounce off the walls. All right, so let's try to make it bounce off the walls. I think we effed a little bit, but we should be back. We should be back. So we small effed. All right. So let's make it bounce off the bottom of the screen. So let's see how to do that. So if DVD position y minus the size of the DVD, and the size of the DVD is essentially DVD width multiplied by DVD scaling, right? By DVD scaling. If this thing is greater or equal, or rather greater, put it like that, greater than screen width, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be just inverting this entire thing, and let's see if it's going to work or not. Let's see if it's going to work or not. So it should bounce off the bottom, right? And it didn't. Nice. I'm so fucking happy, mate. Why it didn't do that? Why it didn't do that? Because it's width and it's not a height, and I'm Pepega, and also it's also height. And it still didn't work. Nice. Got coder, by the way. Well, I don't know what exactly this value means, and I'm not sure if this is the correct thing here. Why plus, not minus? Plus? Yeah, plus. That's right. I'm already tired. Thank you so much. You didn't see that? Chat, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. You didn't see anything, okay? You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything, alright? Okay. Cool, so it bounces off the bottom one, but you also need to check the upper one, right? Well, let's actually do the X. So let's do the X. So we're gonna introduce the X, and X is gonna be essentially like this, dot X. This is also X. And for the heights, So this is gonna be width, and this is gonna be the width. And is it gonna do the trick? So it's gonna be bouncing off of the bottom one, from the right one, and not from the top one and not from the left one, because we need to take that into account as well. Or DVD position Y less than 0, or DVD position X less than 0. So in these particular situations, we want this thing to bounce off. Right, so that's essentially what we're doing here. But you can notice that it doesn't really touch the, you know, the things correctly. And the reason why it doesn't do that is because it has a huge fucking padding in the image itself. Right, it's a huge fucking padding, so we need to get rid of that. Let's actually do that through a Krita, I think. Krita Fita is gonna do the job really well. The image is bigger than the script. The image is bigger than your mom. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's try to see what we can do here. Chat, I'm so sorry, I can't help myself. Alright. How can I... Okay, so I probably have to do it like that. Can I lock... it's kind of difficult to lock it like that. It's kind of strange that I cannot drag... Yeah, I literally cannot drag it like that. This is so stupid. But it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. So we'll have to put it like this. Like, it only has these thingies. Like right here. It doesn't have to be perfect if you think about it, right? So it could be like just like this. It has to be like semi-perfect. Right, and let's just save that shit. Cool. And now, if I try to run this thing now, it should be better. Can I drag? Not drug, drag. Drag. Do I pronounce it correctly? I don't really speak English that well, so maybe I'm doing something incorrectly. Semi-perfect, okay, yes. So it looks good to me. Alright, so... Yeah, we did it, I suppose, so there you go. Here's your DVD logo. Will this ever hit the corner? Well, it hit the corner at the beginning because it started from the left top corner, but we can wait. Maybe it will. But yeah, here's the my first attempt at RAYLIB. I really like how intuitive it is. Like, it's really intuitive, so I really like it. As a game engine, right? If I wanted a game engine, to use a game engine, and I had to choose between Unity, Unreal, and RAYLIB. To be fair, no, this is not a fair comparison, right? Because Unity and Unreal, they're also paid ones, right? So they're also paid one. I think RAYLIB should be comparable with Godot, right? Right. So they should be comparable with Godot. If I had to choose between Godot and RAYLIB, I think I would choose RAYLIB, and I tried Godot, by the way. Port something when? I don't know. But I really like it. Okay, on top of that, boys and girls, it supports shaders. This Motherflipper supports shaders. So that means we can take, theoretically, we can take this program as it is right now and put some sort of post-effect shader on this shit and just see what's gonna happen. But the question is, what kind of post-effect shaders we can do here. So let me see. So that sounds pretty pogue. Okay, so we can take a look at the examples actually. Third-party RAYLIB examples. Do you have anything related to shaders? Oh yeah, there we go. So there's a whole folder called shaders. Shaders fog. Auto reloading Julia set. All right. Basic lighting. It's all 3D. There is something like texture waves. Oh shit, we can try to do something like this. Okay. So what do? You take a texture, you load the texture, you create a shader from a file. So you just do load shader, GLSL version, and so on and so forth. get shader location. So you get the uniform locations. Okay. So you set all of these shader values. All right. Set shader value. Begin shader mode. Holy shit. This is so cool. You just create a shader object and you just use it in begin shader mode and then you end shader mode. That's actually pretty cool. Hi. Hello. All right. So that's pretty cool. I really like that they have empty lines. Yes, they do have them. I'm sorry. Disgusting. Yeah, I know. Okay, this is cool. Again, I don't think it's comparable with SDL, right? So because SDL is more like well, it is kind of comparable with SDL because SDL tries to achieve a similar thing. It tries to abstract away things from you, but yeah. It's like processing P5.js. We already, by the way, discussed that. Yeah, Anna both were the first one who suggested that. It's like P5.js. Okay, so what kind of shaders do we have here? So we'll have to go to resources, shaders, and we're using GLSL. Yeah, we're using depending on GLSL version here. So, oh. Wait a second, is that a thing in game development? P5.c, yeah, P5.c. Is that a thing in game development where you actually implement like the same shaders in different versions of GLSL depending on what version is going to be supported on the client machine? Because I'm not a game developer, I know nothing about like actually shipping the game. I'm role-playing a game development, but I'm not actually. No, it's not. Okay, but that would be kind of scary. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so we have a wave, right? So let's take a look at. Let's take a look at this one. So wave. Do we have a wave? There's no wave in here. Wave. Yeah, there's wave here. And what it does. I suppose it takes a fragment coordinates and some shit like that. Fragment takes coordinates. Yeah, it just does the thing. Alright. It could be a thing if you want to use really new shit. Oh, okay. You just support the latest one. Well, yeah, I'm on the Debian stale, so I'm really sorry. Debian stale, gang. Oh, wait a second. These shaders are written in F#. I'm sorry. So imagine writing shaders in F#. Okay. So let's actually try to, copy paste. Let's actually steal the shaders. Okay. RAYLIB prob, and I'm gonna just straight up steal this wave fs. Yes, we're gonna steal that. Sue me. Shader texture waves. So we're gonna just load this shader. GLSL version. I wonder what's the current GLSL version for me though. I'm gonna just go ahead and print f. S, I think maybe it has to be D. GLSL version. Right, and let's see what's gonna happen. Or maybe I don't have to do that. Maybe the RAYLIB will log that for me automatically. Maybe I don't have to even worry about that. Implicitly declaration, yeah, I forgot to include stdio. GLSL version. Oh, it's literally defined for me like that. Okay, so it doesn't matter. So I can just put 100 here and don't even worry about that shit. Did we F? We're back. Okay, so I'm sorry if we F'd a little bit. I didn't mean to F. So, to be fair, the fact that I see these Fs means that my internet is okay, and it's a Twitch's fault. Stuttering? Are we really stuttering? Is everything okay though? To be fair, my system is okay. So yeah, I don't know, I think it's something with Twitch. I'm gonna assume that it's something with Twitch yet again. Alright, so how do we load the shaders? How do we load the shaders? This is how we do that. So shader, load shader is going to be just wave fs. The version is going to be 100. Cool. So, and also we get the location of all of these parameters, right? And shader uniform values. So this is how we set them. Screen size. Do we need that shit? Okay, so I can put that shit here as well. Why not? And then we're gonna set the seconds. Set our game to run at 60 seconds. Okay. Oh, you can do get frame time instead of delta time. Alright, so I didn't know that, but that's pretty cool. So I'm gonna copy paste these two lines here before we start doing anything. So this is the update essentially, right? We're updating all of that, and then we're starting the shader mode, right? We're starting the shader mode like somewhere here, and then we're ending the shader mode. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's see if it's gonna compile. And literally nothing happened. So shader failed to find uniform seconds. Huh. Seconds. Did I fuck it up? I don't think so. Why did you... Seconds? Here it is. Okay, let's take a look at the log. Failed to load custom shader code. All shaders must use the same shading language version. Oh, that's interesting. So, okay, version 100. Okay. What if we change it to 103 and just do 103? So your default vertex shader must be 300. Oh, wait, did it say something about that? I don't see. Vertex. Oh, shit. OpenGL device. It uses 4.2, so it uses like the latest version of one. This is what it's using actually. What if I like literally do it like that? So okay, so yeah, it needs to be 420. Value of type echo cannot be assigned to a variable of type. Okay, so this sucks. I wonder if I can set this version somehow. I wonder if I can set it somehow. So it uses GLSL version if platform desktop. Yeah. I think you copy pasted 1.3. No, I copy pasted 100. No, I literally copy pasted 100. What are you talking about? So because it had 100. This is so annoying. Even with like a library that is supposed to help you out, this shit is extremely annoying. Ooh, it's so annoying. Okay, let's maybe try to fix that compilation error and whatnot. Yeah, get fucking damn it. 2021, right? Still have to deal with this shit. Just use Unity. It's a soft problem. Yes, sure. Texture 2D. So what does it say? Value of the vector cannot be assigned to a variable of type error. Okay. GL frag color is undeclared. What? Why are you pinging me? Okay. 420 GL frag color, but maybe not. It's an error. Ah, it's so annoying. It drives me nuts. Okay. RAYLIB. Set GLSL version. I'm too demotivated to do that. Shader post-processing. GLSL version just sets. You literally have to know your GLSL version. You have to know it, right? Is there like any way to like force a particular way one? Like, please, somehow. I'm too demotivated to go into here and start looking into GLSL. So shader, how do I load shader? Load shader. I fucked it up. Wait. Isn't it? Okay. Shader code. Set shader version. Okay, so let's go back to maybe version 100, and maybe we can create like a wave WS. And what would be the simplest vertex shader? Or probably something like nothing. So version 100, and it's gonna be just void main that does nothing. Can we have something like this? Don't want to do that. Chat, this is so dumb. Does not match an output the previous stage. Okay, so what if we try to run some of the examples though in a RAYLIB, third-party RAYLIB examples? So if we go to the shaders, will the shader that we're trying to do work? So texture wave, and it will have to go to the build though. Examples, texture waves. Where is the texture wave? I have to go already inside of the example. Where is the texture wave? Yeah, shader texture wave. Okay, it works here, but how does it work here? What magical shit do they do to make it work? So shader texture waves. So what does it say? Okay, it uses that. It just works for them. It literally just works for them. Just set frag. No. The example works. Example works, and I don't think I do anything else than the example does. So that means I'm just fucking something up. So I just initialize the window. Just set GLSL version. So, but the question is what GLSL version they're using. They're using maybe 3.3.0. Okay, let's just try to copy paste 3.3.0 then, because maybe it's a platform thing. Okay, 3.3.0. So it's gonna be a wave. Alright, so let's copy paste this entire stuff. So this now is 3.3.0. We'll remove that shite. Go to the main, and in here we're not gonna do this one, so I'm gonna replace it with 0. This one is gonna be 3.3.0. And are we PocChamp? Make minus b, and it's gonna be probe. Yes. Can you see that? So yeah, you can just have like a post-processing shaders on this shit. That's cool. That is actually super cool. I really like it. Okay. Nice. Yeah. I think it's pretty good for code jams, right? For game jams. If I'm gonna participate ever in game jam, and I do plan at some point, but I need to just prepare for it, think I'm gonna be using RAYLIB. I think I'm gonna be using RAYLIB. And on the next Friday stream, I think we can look into RAYLIB and specifically into 3D stuff and try to make some 3D things. Yeah. Should I make it public? Should I upload somewhere? I can upload it if you guys want me to. Just if you want to play with this example, like maybe. Do you guys need it? Do you guys need it? I can upload it. So, but maybe I don't know. To be honest, it's not being in namespace really upsets me. It cannot be in a namespace because it's pure C. So. Yeah. But since it's a pure C, maybe you can just, like in C++ specifically, can do namespace RAYLIB. Can you do something like that? I wonder. Oh, you mean as in prefix? I don't know. It's probably not gonna work because the symbols are gonna be fucked up. So yeah, it's really strange why it's not in namespace. Yeah, kind of strange. Not gonna lie. Because majority of the libraries, they do prefix, like GL prefix itself, SDL prefix itself. You can't put the include in space because you don't have the source, right? Yeah. But it's like it's a problem of C. In the modern languages, you can always, like if you have modules, you can always import module and also rename to something, so usually it's not a problem. C++ binding, I'm pretty sure there is some official website. Yeah, probably. So, RAYLIB CPP, okay, so is it official? Doesn't look like official one, but... Yeah. Object-oriented wrapper. It's not just a wrapper, it's an object-oriented one. With the array AI and stuff, would you look at that? Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn fucking amazing. Rewriting RAYLIB to include prefixes. I wonder why, what is the stance on like RAYLIB not having prefixes? Okay, so am I uploading that to GitHub or not? Do you guys want it? Do you guys want it? Do you guys need it? Yeah, let's upload it. README. RAYLIB test. Just a small program to check, is DVD safe to upload? Why wouldn't it be? Like, is the like owners of DVD logo gonna DMCA my repo because I just used it for a meme? Okay, let's just swap it with, yeah, sure. Let's just swap it with that. It's a good point. I do agree with that. Sodium WPNG. It's actually sodium. All right. Oh yeah, I just remembered because excuse me, because we scale it. We don't have to scale it anymore. So we can put scale like this. Yeah, and it's also tint is black. So how can we not have any tint? Is it possible to just put 0 here? I don't think so. Expected expression, can I do color? Yeah, how can I... White? Maybe white, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's cool. What about sodium Pogue? What if we did sodium Pogue? I think Sodium Pog is gonna be... Sodium W is a little bit outdated. So let's actually do Sodium Pog PNG instead. W PNG Pog. There we go. Sodium Pog. Alrighty. So let's remove the DVD. So in the README, just a small program to check out RAYLIB. RAYLIB. Wait a second, does it work with GIFs? Does it really work with GIFs? Let's find out. Okay. Sodium Pogging GIF. Alright, Sodium Pogging. We're about to find out. By all logic it shouldn't, but let's actually see. Let's actually see. Pogging GIF. I'm actually curious if it's gonna work with that. Nah, it doesn't. Image failed to load, so the image actually failed to load. It cannot. A file format is not supported. Okay, so that's nice. Yeah. All right, so README. Just want to check out RAYLIB. Yep. Quick start. Dependencies. RAYLIB. I mean, obviously. I don't think we depend on anything else. Well, I mean, maybe mentioning dependencies shouldn't be like a thing, because obviously you need to install RAYLIB. No, now make the background black. Sure. Black. So it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be better. Yeah, I think it's a little bit like, it gives them more contrast, I think it gives more contrast in general. Yes. Kawaii this. Yeah. Let's actually replace DVD with Pog. Yes, so we have Pog scaling and just Pog, and just generally it's just better. Console is going to be make probe, and license. In terms of license, I'm going to erase it under MIT. I can remove that, and yeah, okay. Git init. So let's actually include some stuff. Git ignore probe. Include that. Cool. Ready. Set. Go. So let's create a RAYLIB probe. RAYLIB probe. Did I click on? I hope I didn't click on anything here, because that would be actually super dumb. Hallelujah. Okay. Let's copy paste this thing and add origin, and we're about to do the pushy, and maybe even a committee. Alright, so here it is. For anyone who's interested in this piece of shit, there we go. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. I do like the simplicity. The fact that it doesn't have any prefixes kind of sucks a little bit, not gonna lie. But overall, I think it's pretty cool library. But unfortunately, boys and girls, I'm streaming for 5 hours already. Can you imagine that? I'm streaming for 5 hours already, and I'm really tired. So, and it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, according to the skedaddle, we're gonna be doing virtual machine development. That's right, we're gonna continue developing our virtual machine in C, and specifically we're gonna continue developing our actually researching how to do JIT compilation, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to compile the bytecode to assembly, and we're getting there. We already can compile Fibonacci sequence examples, so maybe tomorrow we're gonna make more examples to compile to actual native code. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. Check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working on. Check out our VODs channel, where we upload all of our streams. This stream is going to be there but tomorrow, so yeah, that's pretty cool. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. And let's maybe rate somebody. Is anyone streaming any game development with RAYLIB in pure C? If somebody does that, we could rate them, I think, because that would be very fitting, not gonna lie. So let us see. No, nobody does that, so it's never been done before. So let's maybe rate somebody else then. I don't know. So Bailada is streaming. So let's take a look. Is he streaming programming? Please stream programming, Bailada. Games and shit. When is he gonna stream programming? So James Warner, I don't know what he's doing right now, but maybe we can... Okay, let's take a look at the science and technology section. Imagine using RAYLIB in 2021. Yeah. It's such a 2020 library, holy shit. It's so last year. Alright. So, game dev, but all of that is not... Okay, game dev pro C++. Let's say, okay, let's take a look at them. So maybe they're doing something interesting. Horror. They're making horror.
On va lui mettre un
French. Okay, French, by the way. We don't speak French, unfortunately, on this channel. So we'll have to pick a different language. Why everyone who's doing something interesting don't speak English? What the hell? Rust, Fuse, making a... Oh my god, this is interesting. Rust, Fuse, and making file system. That's cool.
Abstracts, object.
They even have a good mic. Holy shit. Okay, so let's actually rate them. Okay. Come on, Twitch, I believe in you. Come on. Multi-billion-dollar company. Come on, you can do that. I believe in you. Alright. Okay. Get ready for the raid, boys and girls. Get ready for the raid. And I see you all tomorrow. Love you. Mwah.